this is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson Gay right hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack, Mondays through Fridays.
Hello, my name is Kanu Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
trending sports stories. Always, always, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
One shot, one truth, no fears, one flag. Oh yeah, we've been waiting for this. Oh yeah, we all at? We right here. Ya empezó la rumba y estamos celebrando. Todo el mundo que me levante la mano. Estamos vivos, hay que disfrutarlo. Y nadie me detiene porque yo no sé parar. No, no. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. For the love, I'm a rep where I'm coming from. Every nation under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he hit and run. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all at? We right here. Only one life to live, got so much to give. Fighting for the nation now, that is my gift. Run like a champion and win like a king. That's my only goal, my everything. Live it up now, now. Live it up now, now.
Unity, ambition, victory, celebration.
Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
It's Today 95.1 FM. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon, and first of all, special mention to all of the fathers in the world. Divine, today is Father's Day, but you not cook. You didn't cook to bring for the men in the house.
Honestly, I didn't know that today was Father's Day
You didn't
until
know?
now.
Now I'm telling
I
you.
didn't know.
Now I am telling you. Anyways, welcome to the show. In case you're listening to us, and to all of the fathers out there, Mother's Day reached like 5.
For Mother's Day.
For Mother's Day. But Divine, you know now. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the voice of Divine Nathan. My name is Somto Isaac, and I've got a lot of fathers in the house to celebrate this momentous occasion with me. That cough go pod you. That cough go pod you. Let me start with an aspiring father. You are a father. Oh. If you decide to be a father today, you are a father. Ovie Wallace, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. His fatherhood is docile for now.
Ovie, Ovie, tell me from the bottom of your heart, do you want to be a father?
Of course, everyone wants to be
To one woman. That's the question. To one woman. I don't mean father of many nations. I mean father of one nation.
Today is Sunday. Abraham.
That's what I'm asking. So you tell me the truth.
Abraham was the father of many nations.
Abraham
and
is
he
your
was
mentor.
only loyal to one woman. So I can be the father of many nations.
So not like King Solo. No, you will do King Solo for here.
Good afternoon to
Ovie
you.
Solo, good afternoon to you.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. You're not going to say that on air. But good afternoon to you. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, I don't. Oh, sorry. Is there any of your concubines?
Yes.
I'm joking.
Yes.
Nah, joke. But you know, say nah joke.
See, you know, I'm Mr. Worldwide.
Now you talk this one now. Now you talk this one.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the real fathers in the house. Osas and Benjamin, and yes, Osas is also my father as well too. Yeah, he knows.
Osas is our father.
Osas is our father as well.
Okay, that worldwide you just mentioned, you can father the father of
Good afternoon, guys.
Okay, when you mean worldwide, can we expatiate on that?
No, we can't expatiate.
We can't do that.
We can't expatiate on that.
No shaking. No, anything you want.
We can't expatiate on that. But just know that I'm Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah,
So Showsy. Mr. Showsy.
You too, you're a father as well too.
Me?
Yes.
No, I'm not yet.
Not yet.
Yes. Not yet.
You
Not
go dey
yet.
act like small boy. You go dey act like small boy. But me and you know say
Where you keep my picking?
you no make me drop your child for school that time.
Which time? Be very careful what you say
No,
here.
they ask me anything.
Be very careful what you say here. I mean, wait. In fact, wait, Ovie, wait for that thing that you're about to say now. Divine, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to all the listeners. Happy Father's Day to everybody, and happy Divine Sunday to everybody out there.
You just decided to match it to your name,
Yeah.
Divine Sunday. Divine, you wished all the fathers a happy Father's Day, right?
Yeah, I just did.
Why do women have multiple days for? There's Women's Day. Now this day there's Men's Day, but no shaking. There's Women's Day. There's Mother's Day. Mother's Day is like times 3. Tell us why mothers have different days.
You see, you can't ask me that question because I'm not in charge of creating calendars.
No, you're in charge.
So
All of you
I
are in
don't
charge.
know.
I'm holding all of you responsible.
I don't know about that.
We want to file a petition for men to have different days now.
You can
Just
go.
like
You can go ahead and file the
we can do
petition.
that, right?
There's no women that is actually stopping
I'll
you
do that
guys.
when you bring the food that we are expecting.
I don't know.
Anyways, women are special. I mean, mothers are. If it wasn't for a woman, they will probably not hear my voice as Somto Isaac. So women are absolutely special. And in fact, if they can have different weeks in a year, I'm all for that. But justice for men, justice for Osas. Osas, how many days do you want for men and fathers?
I think I'm okay with the one that we have.
You're okay with
because
one?
More days, more troubles coming.
This
from
is
the
why I
women.
know you are not like Ovie Wallace. You're okay with one.
Yes, I'm okay. I don't know the direction you're going towards, but
Ovie is not-
I'm believing what you're saying is linked to what I'm actually saying, but I don't know.
I
for
believe
the-
so.
Okay, for the OVA worldwide matter, if that's what you're talking
Mr.
about.
Money with the vibe worldwide.
So, but it's beautiful to be here this morning.
Also, happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you so much. And I think I would say happy Father's Day to every young man out there, because these days we have young men who are not fathers, but they are taking care of a lot. They are taking care of a lot. Ubi has
He's taking care
so
of a
many,
lot.
so many persons are depending on him. At this point.
Ubi, you go old fast.
I know, I woke up this morning, I looked at the mirror, to say was Father's Day, I said, wow, holding me like this. Nobody could not make for the take care of it.
That's it. So if most young guys these days, they take care of a lot. The way the country is wired, you now become a man even before 18. Yes, we have 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds doing the duty of being a breadwinner in the family. So I can as well say these are fathers doing the duties of fathers. Being a father is not only getting a woman pregnant and having a child. It's having that big heart to handle responsibility, having that big heart. These days you see young chaps that are supposed to be at home suckling from their moms. They exhibit some huge sense of responsibility and maturity that you begin to wonder, and you say, what would the future hold for us? Because soon 7-year-olds will become as responsible or as mature as what we used to see back in the days for the likes of 20, 25 and ahead. But it's beautiful to be alive to see another Father's Day. We hear these days that the life expectancy of a man in Nigeria is 55 and heading downwards. Yes, so many things these days take away men. So when you see them, you celebrate them, because you walk on the road, and I saw a young man on my way to the office today. The shuttle I took down here, he is the driver, because I believe he's still on the road right now. He's the driver, and I was looking at him. At some point he would stop, he would point upwards with his fingers, he would say one or two things, and he's just speaking to himself. I tried looking forward to see if he's talking to any person there. No, he's not on the phone. He's not talking to anyone on the passenger seat. He's just talking to himself. And the reality hits me. What could this man be going through in absentia? Because he's not there at that point, but he's still carrying the load where he is. So happy Father's Day to every father out there. Every father who is making it happen for their families. Every father who is putting joy on the faces of their wives, their children, their family members. It's beautiful to see a child have that assurance that, don't worry, when my daddy comes, I know that this thing I'm asking for, I will have it in multiple folds. And such a father doesn't disappoint. He comes and the child gets to see it in multiple folds. There is that confidence you have in your dad. You can't buy it in the market. So happy Father's Day to every father out there, and it's beautiful to see you all pushing, and we hope that God will definitely grant our efforts and would see El Dorado before we step out of this world.
Very, very nice intro there from Osas. I had to just mellow down a bit. And see, men are going through a lot too. So if you are out there and you are listening to me, please don't add to the stress that men are going through. Look for a man over there, hug him, love him, take care of him, just as men, because the main thing that men do is to prioritize taking care of not just other people, but the people that are with them. Benjamin, good afternoon to you. Happy Father's Day to you also.
Good afternoon to you, Somto. Good afternoon to the lady in the house. Good afternoon to Ovi. Good afternoon to our listener out there. It's good to be here. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. It's never been easy. There are some times where you come back from work, you just sit outside. Not because you want to sit outside, but you want to sit outside and then gather your head. You know, that moment where you have to provide for the family, not because you have enough, but because it's your responsibility to do that. And you know, the children, they don't care if you have money or not. They want to eat. they want to do their thing and all that. But they say, all the same, God is up there. He's the Father. He gives us that strength, that extra push, to get things done. And for those that are not father yet, but are shouldering responsibilities that a father should have shouldered, more grace to you. God keeps us and gives us more enablement, whatever we need to keep pushing and get a better life and create a better life for our own and and a better life for Nigeria at large. It's not easy, but come on. We are here. We are here to do our job. Ordinarily, we should have been with our families to celebrate this day, but we are here. This is what we signed up for, and we are here to do justice to that. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's Father's Day, and for all of the fathers out there, yes, enjoy today is the only day you should be celebrated. I'd have wanted to open the phone lines that if you want us to wish you happy Father's Day, I wanted you to call. Can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? Okay. If I do get to call, for every father out there, there's a special. You want to wish somebody a happy Father's Day? We're here to do that. So as the show does progress, we will be getting in your thoughts on whoever you want to wish. I mean, if you want to wish Lionel Messi happy Father's Day, you want to wish Cristiano Ronaldo happy Father's Day, maybe because we're here to talk sports, that is very, very much allowed. But hey, we're off and running on today's Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station. My name is Tom Isaac. You've heard the voices of Divine, Nathan, Ovie Wallace, Benjamin Mina, and Assassin Kirin. We'll all be here to dissect everything concerning the ever exciting world of sports, and we're going to be having a very, very special session. We're going to be having it with the CEO of Nexal Game. We're going to be talking about esports once again. We had a very, very blissful conversation weeks ago, and we did promise that we will finish that up today. This time we'll be centering it around River State, around Port Harcourt, the growth and the rise of esports in Port Harcourt. Why we do that is because from 1 till 3 p.m. we'll be discussing about other sports. Hey, there's happenings in tennis and Formula One and boxing. Also, we're going to be talking about esports. And from 3 p.m., Alexander Cabaret will be here to drive you through everything that concerns global football stories on the European scene and everything transpiring across the world in football. Is the transfer season, but hey, every other team are patient. They say the patient dog eats the fattest bone, but these days they say the patient dog eats no bone. But yeah, we'll be patient to have Alex in the house for another edition of European football on the show. That comes around from 3 p.m. till about 4:30 p.m. and from 4:30 p.m. they say charity begins at home, but we'll end it at home. We'll talk some Nigerian football from 4:30 till 6 p.m. Speaking of football, you can hear the song in the background. It's all about the FIFA World Cup, and last night there were games down under in the United States. There was also games in Canada. There was also games in Mexico. We thought Ivory Coast were going to do the big one against Germany, a diamond shaft, but the Ivorians could not get their noses over the line. They lost by 2-1, courtesy of a late goal from Dennis Undav. Frank Kessie had given the Ivorians the lead in the half-hour mark, talking about in 30 minutes, and Dennis Undav, did the business for the Germans. He came on for Jamal Musiala at the hour mark on 60 minutes, and 8 minutes later he equalized for Julian Nagelsmann's side, and on 94 minutes he got the winner for the Germans to safely see them through for passage into the round of 32. For Ivory Coast, hey, there's a last game against Curaçao. You can call them the whipping boys of the group, so there's still hope for the Ivorians because they still have 3 points on the board. Elsewhere, Netherlands defeated Sweden by 5-1, a double from Brian Bromby and Cody Gakpo. And also another goal from Crescencio Somerville, giving the Dutch side a 5-1 win against Sweden. Anthony Elanga got the only goal for Sweden, by the way. That goal coming in on 59 minutes. But Bromby opened the scoring on 5 minutes, got the second on 17 minutes. Cody Gakpo got the third on 47 minutes, got the fourth on 54 minutes. Elanga got that goal on 59 minutes. And Somerville, hey, he's of interest for Manchester United and some other Premier League clubs. They got the 5th goal on the day for a 5-star performance for the Ons Oranje. Elsewhere, Ecuador played out a goal extra against Curacao. It's worrying signs for Ecuador and the likes of Moises Caicedo, Piero Hincapié. These players could be looking at potential elimination from the World Cup if they do not get a win over Germany in their last group game. So Ecuador could be one of the teams who would crash out of the World Cup. Curacao getting their first ever points at a World Cup at an international tournament against Ecuador last night. So a lot to celebrate for the small nation. Hey, another nation who is not celebrating at all is Tunisia. Their first game against Sweden, they lost by 5-0. Next game, they lost against Japan now by 4-0. It's not just raining. It is pouring for this team known as Tunisia. Against Sweden, they lost by 5-1. Losing to Japan by 4-0 now confirms them out of the World Cup. Yet another African side not doing the business. South Africa, by the skin of their teeth, rescuing a draw against Czech Republic, but Tunisia being the first African side to bid goodbye to the World Cup. They lost by 4-0 against Japan. Japan, by the way, now being in a very, very good position to qualify out of their group for the World Cup. They've got 4 points alongside Netherlands. They sit second. By the way, the goals for Japan coming from the lads, the men known as Daichi Kamada, Ayase Ueda. There was also a goal from Junior Ito on 69 minutes, and the man known as Ayase Ueda getting another goal on 83 minutes. And tonight, from 5 p.m., by the way, Spain, they take on Saudi Arabia. They need to get a win on the board. They drew their first game against Cape Verde. And speaking of Cape Verde in Group H, they also face Uruguay from 11 p.m. Belgium come up against Iran from 8 p.m. And in Group G, from 2 a.m., is Egypt against New Zealand. Benjamin, which results stood out for you in the World Cup games last night? Ivory Coast, very good performance, but they could not get the win over the line. Netherlands, 5-star performance, and Curacao getting their first point on the board. Tunisia, change of coach, but no change in results.
Yeah, yesterday I was in the house and I was in the room, and my wife came and said Ivory Coast have scored, and I told her Ivory Coast we're going to lose. She was like, "What's giving you that confidence?" I said, "Well, they've got good players. They've announced themselves in the World Cup by winning their first game 1-0 against Ecuador in that encounter." And I said, "Okay," but I told her rather that the way the Germans are pressing, they would have something, but I feel that they'd have to get something. Then she came back, said it's 1-1, and I said, just wait for the winning goal. It will come, and there it came. Not that I'm wishing the African teams bad luck, but when we watch games, we don't get to watch it with sentiments. Yeah, Ivory Coast, they put up a good performance, and 90% of the players on that team, is those are players that haven't played in the not for Ivory Coast now. Yeah, 90% of them have not played in the World Cup. 90% of them of that team have not played in the World Cup. Quite a young squad. Frank Casey giving them that lead. It was they had the goal chopped off earlier when they scored, and but I felt that. It's a game that would have gone past them because of the way the German pressed and the experience that the Germans imposed, poses in that lineup. You've seen players that have played, Joshua Kimmich and co, Manuel Neuer. These are, Kai Havertz. These are players that have got experience, and experience. They say you don't buy with money. So that was, but the most disappointing team for me, it's got to be Tunisia, because how can you play a World Cup qualifier? You didn't concede a goal, and then you go to World Cup, and then you can't hold your own.
Conceding 9 in 2 games.
When we played them during the AFCON, I would say nothing special in this Tunisian side. Nothing special. How can you be relying on a young player? Was it 9? Is it 19? No, let's say 21 thereabout. That's Hannibal, the former Manchester United midfielder. How can you be? I feel that Tunisia were not really ready for the World Cup. Yeah, they had a good qualifying series, played out the whole qualifiers without conceding a goal. But one thing is, see, any person can win the AFCON. Any person can put up a good performance in Africa. But when you get to the world stage, that's where the real tests come. And that is what we've seen with the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. They've had a good run in the qualifiers, but changing a coach, like you said, is not a change of character or change of results. The way they've approached games is still the same way that they've approached this game, their first game. You know, you look at the pedigree of opponents that you're going to play. You know, you have to look at them and then look at a way of playing and getting out. Maybe you get something. You can't just go out and start attacking and then your defense is in shambles. Every three attack that the Japanese team have got, the Samurais, they got a goal. 4-0 that ended. I think it's a very huge disappointment for me from Africa. Then the other team is going to be Turkey. Turkey have been. You look at the way they've played during their qualifications. They've had a very good run. They were like rejuvenated after their coach. The coach earlier was sacked, and then this coach came in. Took them all through the qualifiers. They've been very decent. Then now coming into the World Cup, and then you can't even get 1 point out of 2 games. It's something very alarming. You know, they lost against Paraguay. They lost against Paraguay 1-0 after Amiron got that penalty. That's a red card because of the new rule where you don't have to close your mouth to talk. You know, the man got red carded and all that. They couldn't hold their own, get something out of that game. So sorry for the likes of Adagula and Akan Chanandoglu there in that team, a couple of them, Soyunshu. These are players that have got experience, you know, going into, you could say Adagula is young, but the experience that the man have got in terms of playing for a big team like Real Madrid and playing in the biggest of competitions in terms of club competitions, I think you would expect that team to have done well, you know, hold their own, at least get something out of the first 2 games, but, you know, they've not. So I feel sorry for Turkey. For Tunisia, I think they have a long way to go. They have to go back and start rebuilding. If you have to keep having Renard for a long time, then you have to look for talents, bring in talents, just like Morocco. You look at their first game, the team that started from Morocco were all players that were born outside Morocco. So you just have to build a team that is going to be competing in the Nations Cup. The Nations Cup will be coming up very soon, the qualifiers and all that. So I feel that maybe they would have to use that one as a way of building the team around few players, getting new players, and maybe just get a better team that could compete. But for Africa, I'm disappointed with Tunisia, and then for the European side, I'm disappointed with Turkey. Then for the South American side, I'm disappointed with Ecuador, because you look at Ecuador, they've got a decent side. The last World Cup was a decent one for them, where they had to play against Qatar. Was it Qatar? Yeah, they played against Qatar. Ena Valencia was there. Mois Caicedo was there, Estapinoa was there. You know, they've got decent players that could hold their own. Dominguez was there, Rodriguez, the number 11, the one that wears the number 11 shirt. Quite decent players that could, look for a way to compete against Curacao, the Weaving Boys of the group. You can't get a goal, you can't get a win. You ended up getting a draw. I think it's so sad for them at this point in time, but I just feel that it's something that they will go back home and reflect. But this is what the World Cup is. You know, there's always a surprise team that would, give you that, element of surprise and give you a good run. And that's what we've seen for the rest of the African teams. Cabo Verde, they've got 1 point. Their next game will be coming up soon. And there was their name, Spain. They had a 1-1 draw against Cabo Verde. But again, I feel that against Saudi Arabia, they want to hold their own and put up a good performance. You know, these are teams, and it's no new thing for the World Cup that one of the big teams or a few of the big teams will be fumbling at the end of the day. But when they get to look for a way to qualify, that's when they start building up on that momentum. But for Spain, I feel that they will get over Saudi Arabia. So far, I'm disappointed with a few teams, and I'm pleased with a few teams. The other game that yesterday's game that was a bit surprising was the Netherlands games, the Orange Boys of Netherlands against the Swedish national team. Before now, they had the Holland team have got just 1 point. The Netherlands teams have got just 1 point. Sweden have got 3 points. That trashing of Tunisia, 5-1 it is. against what's it called 5-1, no 5-0, was it 5-0 against Tunisia? 5-1. Okay, it ended there. But looking at it, they came against Netherlands, one of the teams that the Netherlands, I don't know what to write of them. They've got a shaky defense going into this game. During the qualifiers, you can see how they shipped in goals, and even during their friendly games, they shipped in goals. But this is a competition, a proper competition, and you can see Netherlands giving a good account of themselves. 5-1 it ended against against the Swedish national team that have paraded the likes of what's his name, Lindelof. You've got Lindelof in the heart of the defense there. You've got Alexander Isak. We've known him for what he can do in these days at Newcastle, even if injury couldn't allow him play well for Liverpool. But you can see what they've done. Gyökeres, the current Premier League champion.
Yes, Harry is also there.
Yes, so these are players. Anthony Elanga still part of those team. And that's team. So you can see they've got a couple of players that could actually run the show and cause Netherlands issues, but that's not the case. And Netherlands ran away 5-1 winners. The likes of Kodigapo getting a brace there. Broby, what's his name now? I'm getting those goals there. So I feel that it's a decent performance, a 5-star performance for the Netherlands. But again, I feel that Sweden were a bit disappointed. They were a disappointment, in that game. So at the end of the day, Sweden I was disappointed with the results. But at the end of the day, something that they still got another chance, one more game. If they can get a draw in that game, they will be qualifying as best losers. That's against and what's it called now? Against Japan, yeah. But Japan is a banana peel in that group. They've always been decent going into international competitions, and apart from being decent, they've been decent on and off the pitch. After the game, they get to tidy up the stadium. They stand before they leave. They go to the dressing room, tidy up the players tidy up the dressing room before they leave. That's a good one for them. It shows how clean. And I before now, I've known a little about Japan, one of the neatest countries in the world. You can wear the white socks and walk in the street of Japan. It will not be dirty. It shows how neat they are as a country. So kudos to them. They've been doing the job on and off the pitch. So if Sweden can get something out of that game, they could actually be qualifying as the best losers in that tournament. But again, I was disappointed with that performance against Holland.
Divine, did you follow any of the games in the World Cup last night or in the evening? And are you looking forward to any of the games today?
Okay, the only game that I actually followed up was Netherlands and Sweden. And to be honest, I was kind of surprised because I expected Sweden to give a little fight, because to me, they are this thing. They didn't create a lot of opportunities for themselves in the game. So I was a little bit disappointed by that game. But I didn't think I really watched any other game. So.
Okay, looking forward to any of the games today. I mean, Spain in action today. Are you looking forward to any other team that will be in action today? Spain, Cape Verde, Belgium by 8, or is it just Spain, Saudi Arabia? I think that will be where it will be a pick up the bunch.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Spain game. Yeah, because their last performance was not really, it was not really good.
Yeah.
So I want to see how they're going to play this time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to their game.
Okay, let's quickly rush into other sports, and based off on the World Cup, we'll come back to that definitely by 3 p.m. Just a little tip of the iceberg on what to expect regarding the FIFA World Cup. But hey, a lot of games to look forward to, and we're previewing all of that very, very shortly. But straight into other sports, and we will return for today's Sports Live on your premium news, talk, and sports radio station. We are the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM. Before we begin our conversation about esports, Ovie, let's talk about what's transpiring in the world of other sports, and let's begin first of all with Formula One, because Mercedes are in the news, not really for the right reasons though, because Mercedes believe that they understand the reasons behind their very painful reliability problems so far this season, as they work on introducing fixes as the 2026 campaign progresses. The World Championship leaders have suffered costly race-ending failures for George Russell and Kimi Antonelli in 2 of the last 3 events. Russell retired when leading last month's Canadian Grand Prix, while Antonelli dropped out with 3 laps to go when running second in last Sunday's Barcelona-Catalonia Grand Prix. There has been reported problems with Mercedes' reliability issues this season, and we hear they're working on introducing new fixes. Do you have an idea? Can you shed more light in case people are listening who don't understand whatever Mercedes might be going through as a Formula One expert, which you are? What are Mercedes really going through in details, and what should be worked on as their season does progress?
Well, after the change to the new rules and the whole engine and the combustion new rules, and teams have to try and balance with the engine and combustion. Mercedes, well, their engine is having, you see, should I call it power failures, or they've not been able to work it out right for their engine. But going into the next race, which will be the Austrian Grand Prix, should be by the end of this month. They should have found a way to turn things around, because it's something that happens when you have new rules. We've seen it with the other constructors. Yeah, we know McLaren and the rest, McLaren Alpine, they all use the. Coming back to the Monaco Grand Prix, and they've brought in the rules, or they've removed the compression ratio rule, in which Mercedes had the advantage in starting this season. So now that advantage is removed, Mercedes are starting on a clean state if you want to stay against other teams. So it's for Mercedes to go back, look at the analytics, look at everything, and try and work things out, because it's not good back-to-back races. You don't want to be losing out of good leads, good points, especially in the last race in Barcelona. We had George Russell and Kimi Antonelli doing the last 5 laps. Kimi already, it was a good battle between Kimi and George Russell, Kimi passing George Russell, and then for the remaining 5 laps, it looked like it was going to be Kimi extending his championship lead against George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. But a power failure or an engine failure, and then he had to stop too as well too. But he's not the only car having a problem. We had Red Bull too, likewise as well too, having a failure when it came to the engine and the suppliers. So with the Honda engine, and also all teams are trying to work things out. It's something new. We saw Ferrari with the new front wings and all coming into the Barcelona Grand Prix. And what do you know? Lewis Hamilton getting that win. You still have to look at Charles Leclerc, back-to-back races now. The Monaco Grand Prix, the Barcelona Grand Prix. He has not finished any race since signing his lifetime contract with Ferrari. So for Mercedes, it's to go back with what we already have this stretch. We have this break to the Austrian Grand Prix, and it's to try and work out what's wrong with the engine, and try and fix things out with the engines, and hopefully next race we don't get these issues, because they don't want to be losing out on good championship points, and you don't want the drivers to complain. But it's Formula One. One problem is done, another problem arises. That's how it is, and we've seen it. You fix the engine before you know the brakes are a failure. You fix the engine before you know the front wings are a failure. At least they've removed the DRS now, so at least we know that drivers can't complain when you're the DRS range that DRS isn't working. But still, we're still trying to work out how the battery and the combustion is going to work together, because you switch to battery, find that battery, there's no power in the battery, and also it's going to be a long season for teams. It's a new season. If you want to look at a new season, new rules, new engine, new constructors, new teams as well too. So it's something like a breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air for everyone, and it's who figures it out first that will stand on top. Mercedes found a way to edge the other teams, edge the other constructors out of that during the start of the season, and they've enjoyed quite a good lead. But it looks to be like Hamilton and the Ferraris are catching up, especially from the last couple of races. Barcelona, the man won in Barcelona, and then in Monaco too as well too, and the man finished on the podium as well too. So for the cars that use the McLaren engine, the Mercedes engine, I think they've enjoyed quite a good stint. We had also in the Barcelona Grand Prix, we had Pierre Gasly finished third with the Alpine, although we know that Mercedes and McLaren and Red Bull are calling for investigation, because it was given the third place was given to Isaac Hajar due to the incidents that happened. We all know many drivers were exceeding pit lane speed limits and all, and they were just giving penalties during the Barcelona Grand Prix. But all in all, it all worked out for Alpine. They've gotten that third spot back. So the McLaren, at least the teams that are using the Mercedes engine, have really thrived so far this season, and we'll see how it works out to the Austrian Grand Prix. Hamilton looks to be catching up. The Red Bull look to be stable at least. Isaac Hajar looks to have turned over that second Red Bull seat course that everyone has been saying, and he has finished in the podium, even though it was removed from him. He's finished in the podium, he's finished in top 5 back to back, and it's been the first time in how many years we've seen a driver finish back to back. He's even out-qualified Max a few times as well too, and Max has been up there. You have to look at the McLarens as well too. After their last two, during the start of the season, after missing out on the first 2 races of the season, they've been able to turn their fortunes around, and they're trying to keep up with the rest of the pack, if you want to see. But the front runners, as you have to say, it's still the Ferrari and the Mercedes, and we'll be heading into the second half of the season, and we'll see the upgrades they make, we'll see the changes they make as well too. Hopefully we don't get any driver changes as well before the second half of the season, before the season does end. But that's what's going on in the world of Formula 1 and what's going on with Mercedes.
Let's quickly talk about boxing, because Rico Verhoeven is not backing down in his clamor for a rematch against Alexander Usyk. For all of the clamor, for everything that he's talking about, does he merit a second shot at boxing's heavyweight champion?
Yes.
He's a kickboxer,
though. See, after that fight, I think anyone, both a boxer and not a boxer fan, I think from that fight, we all saw that at least he deserves at least another shot at the heavyweight champion. I don't know if it's going to be a title fight like it was the last time. Even if it's an exhibition, I think both fighters are going to give their best shot. Maybe a title fight to make it more lucrative for the promoters and for the fans as well, to when you have a title on the line. So Rico, we all know after that match, Rico Verhoeven came out saying that at least he wanted an apology. At least they should have come out saying, yes, maybe we did you wrong. That he didn't have any fault. Say he just wanted them to come out and apologize, because to him he felt, yes, I could have won that match, or I even won that match. And from his performance as well too, those 11 rounds, I felt the man should have at least been allowed to go that last round, and we'll see what happens, because the scorecards were even. The first round, first 2 rounds went to Rico. Third and fourth went to Usyk, and then before you know, it was balanced. Some getting the judges' favors, some others not getting judges' favors, and sometimes it was even on the judges' scorecard. So it's not like it wasn't just a display of what Rico does in the in kickboxing, but I think it's also a display of what a crossover fighter can do when they move on, especially someone that has been at the top when it comes to martial arts, or when it comes to combat
Rico
sports.
can throw hands with the best in the business.
He can throw hands with the best in the business. And
is that a template for other, let's say, kickboxers to have that confidence to come into the squared circle, or is it a Rico thing?
It's a Rico thing.
Oh, not that person weight reach.
It's a Rico thing. I think it's not easy to be at the top of your game especially when you're dominating another sport and then come to another sport and try your best. We saw Mayweather. I see Mayweather. What's his name? Conor McGregor. Switch over from mixed martial arts, the MMA, the UFC, to boxing. It didn't end well for the man. He's not the first one to ever do it. We saw Francis Ngannou as well too. Yes, a good fight with Tyson Fury, but I don't think it was as much of a spectacle as it was in the match with a match against AJ. I think if he had done something better against AJ, I think we would have said yes, he deserves to be in this sport for a long time. Yes, it's good in knocking down Tyson Fury, but many people have knocked down Tyson Fury. Alexander Usyk has knocked down Tyson Fury, but no one has knocked down Alexander Usyk. Rico couldn't even do it as well too. So it's a big claim to jump from another sport or a combat sport. Yeah, let's put it as a combat sport to another combat sport and try and dominate one of the big men, not only the best in that sport. And Rico did it for the first 4-5
undisputed
rounds.
unit.
Undisputed. Yes, he didn't knock down Alexander Usyk, but we all know Usyk has one of the best chins in the game. Tyson Fury said it is hard to put that man down, no matter as small as he is. It's just hard to drop the man onto one knee or even drop him flat on the ground. But Rico pushed him. Although yes, we don't know. After the match, Alexander Usyk came out saying, I don't know why you people are putting too much into this, that he just wanted to make the match more entertaining. But I think Rico actually brought the game to him. But Rico will still need more than that to take down a heavyweight champion, an undisputed champion like Alexander Usyk. But for the deserved, or for the rematch, I think he does deserve it. If it's going to be for the title, yes, that's going to be good. It's going to make sure that yes, something's at stake. Just like the last time too as well too. And if Rico does claim it, it's going to be a big shock to the world. But we know how boxing is. They are not going to just let a foreigner just come and claim one of their biggest prizes from their biggest fighter. It's going to be a hard-fought battle, and it could go all 12 rounds. It could go 5 rounds, and no. But I think from the first match we've seen is both fighters know how to take punches, because in boxing it's not just about giving a beating, it's about how you can take a beating, and Rico can take a beating. As we've seen it in his time in kickboxing. The man has, when it comes to recovery, has one of the best recoveries in kickboxing. So he knows how to take a beating, he knows how to recover. That's why many people were actually vexed when the ref came to come and stop that impromptu, because he felt, he said it during his interview after the match, that his guard was up, he was taking those punches, so he didn't know why the ref had to jump in. Or yes, he's still asking for an apology. He said he didn't know why the ref had to jump in to stop that fight, because he felt he was okay. He was taking those punches, his guard was up, just like as I also saw too, his guard was up, and before you know, the ref called it and awarded the victory to Alexander Usyk. But hopefully the promoters bite on this and they see it as a way to make more money. As a way to make money. Even if you don't look at it on the legacy, on okay, we want to make one of the biggest fights once again. I think you also have to look at the lucrative part of the fight. Who knows? With how the second fight will go, it could even maybe go to a trilogy if Rico does beat him, and it could turn out to be one of the greatest boxing bouts, rivalries that we'll have in a long time. But for Rico, for the promoters, it's for them to do their best and bite on this beat that Rico is giving them. Usyk says he has like 3 or more fights left in him. I'll count the Rico has 1, so I'm giving him 2 more fights. So who says he can't take Rico once again? For Daniel Dubois, and he's also looking at Usyk again. We also have Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua who are waiting for their bout, so everyone wants a piece of Usyk. So I think while those are still having their bouts, I think Rico can still go one more.
Benjamin, for you, does a rematch between Rico Verhoeven and Alexander Usyk, like Ovie did say, have any market value? Because there are a lot of men who want to jump at the Usyk apple. Is there any value whatsoever in a potential second fight between Rico Verhoeven and Alexander Usyk?
Definitely, I think it does. It does, because you look at the way the first fight went. He didn't go as though he was the man was a cross fighter. Reminds me of the likes of Francis Ngannou against what's his name now? Gave him a good account of himself going into that bout.
Is it Jake Paul or Anthony Joshua?
Not Jake Paul now. I've forgotten the name of the fighter, but the man gave a very good account of himself. And we want to see more boxers. Unlike the random boxers that we know, we want to see more of more Anthony Joshua come into the scene. We want to see more of Daniel Dubois come into the scene, other than the regular Anthony Joshua that we know, the regular fighters that we know that you can say, okay, Anthony Joshua, yeah, he's a good puncher. This is what you expect from Anthony Joshua. We didn't expect what we saw in that fight. Tyson Fury, I'm sure, would know that, to tell himself the truth that, yes, this fight wasn't as planned. Even if the man says he doesn't underrate any boxer, any person that is...
The names you were scanning for was Tyson Fury and
yes,
Anthony
Tyson
Joshua.
Fury, Anthony Joshua, yeah. So I feel that, these men, these cross-fighters who want to prove a point, they want to prove a point that, yes, we can actually go through. We've seen the likes of Conor McGregor go into, from MMA cross into boxing. Yeah, it didn't end well. Francis Ngannou, same thing, many of them. But I feel that, stakeholders who want to see this fight, they want to see if this man can actually take it, take the bull by the horn. Yeah, in the first fight, he showed class. You can see the first 3-4 rounds that the man could actually take punches and he could send back punches. One thing about boxing is absorbing the punch, the pain, and then giving it back. That's what the man has done. So I feel that the man should be given another shot, a rematch against Fury, not Fury now, what's his name now, Alexander Usyk, because Alexander Usyk is the best, undisputed, heavyweight, in the heavyweight division. So the man we want to see someone that could actually go all out and maybe give him a tough time. It's like Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz in the industry of tennis. We want to see, they've been dominating. We want to see someone that could give them, go toe to toe with them and then give them a tough fight. So I feel that the man should be given another run, given a rematch so that we'll know that the first game isn't a fluke. Because looking at it, the man he keeps saying that he doesn't know why the fight was ended. He doesn't know why the fight was ended, why the referee came into the scene. So give him that benefit of doubt. Let's see if he can better what he did in the first fight. So for me, it's a go. Give him another round, another shot for the rematch of that fight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly talk about one of the hottest part of sports, not just in Nigeria, but in the entire world. It's all about esports now because it is making waves. It's a branch in the sports where a lot of people have probably heard about it, but then they probably don't pay a lot of attention to it. So, here with me to dissect everything concerning esports and everything in the world of esports is a man who you can call him an encyclopedia in the world of esports. He's not just a man who understands the basics of esports. He understands esports through and through. He understands esports like the back of his hand. And when I talk about this gentleman, I talk about no other than the CEO of Nexal Gaming right here. It's not a River State brand. Right now, it's international. We're going global. Nexal Gaming is now global. And man, to discuss everything that we'll be talking about in the world of esports is the CEO of Nexal Gaming. Michael Seth is in the house. His name is Bluestorm. Bluestorm, the last time you were here, I had someone text me. She asked me, who is that guy with that voice? So I've texted her now. He is now here. So can you increase the volume of your radio set and listen to he? He being Bluestorm, good afternoon to you.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Can you hear again? Bluestorm, good afternoon to you.
My pleasure being here.
Can you hear? Okay, I mean, help him set that in so that she hear well. Bluestorm, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, my chief.
Happy Father's Day to you.
Happy Father's Day to you, chief.
How have you been? Been a while. We said we were going to do this again. And here we are.
Indeed. It's a pleasure to be here, man.
Yeah, they get talk and do. That's what he is. Blossom, it's a pleasure to have you here once again, and we'll be discussing everything concerning esports. A lot of people that were here the last time or who did listen, maybe not the same consensus around this time about. But for people who may now be hearing it for the first time again, how would you define esports? What separates it from just playing video games? Because we know it's all about video games. A lot of people who know about PlayStation, a lot of people who bend their phones like Uvi does all the while and all the time, will know that is esports. It's not just about saying, oh, you're playing a video game or something. How do you define esports? What separates it from just playing video games?
All right. I like to take this analogy with me. So let's think mail, sending mails, mail versus email.
Yeah.
Before, if you want to send a mail, you write a physical letter and then give to the postman to send across. That's how you write the mail. And then with the advance of the internet, we had email. That's electronic mail. Now, it's two words, but it's the same concept. But with the advance of the word email there, you can then understand that it's electronic mail. That same concept now bring it into sports and esports. Now, first off, we know sport is any activity with competition. That's basically sports. So when I say esports now, I'm referring to video games activities that have competition. So now that's the difference between sports and esports. You can see it's the same concept as sports, but then with the introduction of the advance of the internet and you have video game more advanced, you now have esport video game competitions, and that's the difference between sports and then esports. You understand? And then just as you would have in the regular sporting world, there's a difference between playing football and then professional football. You understand? Anybody who plays football on the streets can call himself a footballer because he plays football. But there is a difference between that person and an actual professional footballer in an academy or in a club. You understand? So that same difference applies to someone who calls himself an esports athlete. By definition, anybody who plays a game, if you're playing right now, he's obviously playing a game right now.
Yeah.
He's gaming. This is called gaming. Now, if he does this professionally, where every day he's practicing, maybe he has a match by evening with his squad, they are playing for a league, a 10 million naira league, something like that, you understand? That way now, he's the professional athlete because he's practicing. This thing that he's doing now, you won't laugh at him for doing it if you know by 4 p.m. this evening, or he's playing in the 10 million naira tournament. You won't laugh at him for playing this game right now because you see it as practicing. You understand? So that's the bridge between casual gaming and then the esports industry, professional gaming.
So we're saying this is not just what meets the eye. It can be more.
Definitely.
When we talk about esports ecosystem, what are the key parts that need to exist before a city can truly say it has one? Because we could talk about esports in Rivers State, we could talk about esports in Port Harcourt, we could talk about esports maybe in Lagos, but then being the central focus in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, what are those essential components? What are those essential parts of the esports ecosystem that have to exist before we can actually say, yes, Port Harcourt has an esports community here?
The stakeholders. The stakeholders are what are needed to build this ecosystem. With all the stakeholders working together, the gamers, the organizers, tournament organizers, the venues, the sponsors, school and media, when all these parts connect and then support each other, that's basically an ecosystem. That's an esport ecosystem. So the stakeholders are what are needed for this ecosystem to thrive. And in Port Harcourt, we have some of these stakeholders. We have the gamers, people who are interested in playing these video games professionally. We have them. They've shown interest. We have the organizers, 43 Esports, Dami Arena, Female in Gaming Network. We have the venues, like the 43 Esports studio at First Mechanic. We have the Resonance Innovations Lab at Ada George. So we have the venue, we have a little bit of sponsors, but we need more sponsors. So there are a little bit of these stakeholders, but when we have more of these persons in the city working together, that's an ecosystem, and that's an esport ecosystem, and that's what's needed.
Since February this year, I think by my count, there's been a noticeable increase from what I feel I know when it concerns esports activity in the city. Can you walk us through what it's been like? Because Yeah, like I said, we have a lot of. I could sit here, let everybody know what's going on in the World Cup. I could sit here, let everybody know what's going on in the Premier League. But then there's esports. There can be a functional esports community in Port Harcourt, and there could be something better because it could add more when it comes to the economic value of not just the states, the country, even a personal basis. Some of these young lads out there could have a career in this and could have something better to do in this. So since February this year, like I said, there's been a noticeable increase in esports activity. Can you walk us through what these activities have looked like?
All right, so since February in Port Harcourt, a bunch of organizers came together to form this idea, Garden City Esports. Now, when I say Garden City Esports, I'm referring to esports activities in Port Harcourt. That's what that concept just means. You understand? So, Garden City Esports since February has been educating people in Port Harcourt about the esport opportunities in esports.
Yeah.
You understand? And since February, we've been hosting this educational series every third Saturday of the month. So from February, it ends in July. It's a 6-month program just to, break down esports and educate people more on the opportunities that lies within the esport industry and then this esport ecosystem, as we say. And also from within this 6 months period, 43 Esports has been hosting the ROSL, that's the Rivers Skirmish League. It's like the Champions League, the Premier League, like it's a division. So you have the first division, which is the Rivers Division 2, is the lower league. You have the Rivers State Rivers State Pro League, that's the second division. And then you have the Rivers State Elite League, that's the Champions League, kind of like comparison. So now you have this structure now in Rivers State.
And they do World Cup.
The World Cup now is the eSport World Cup happening globally, where you have countries competing together, and that's the ecosystem structure you're talking about. So now globally, eSport exists during that competition, and now on a state level, you have the Rivers Skirmish League. So people in Rivers State now can now participate in this eSport ecosystem, and then from there have a career by becoming eSport athletes. You can have analysts, you can have commentators. Remember, I'm talking about getting casters so that's different roles that students can apply for within this eSports tournaments, and then they get the experience and then they get the work experience right there. So that's the activities that have been going on within and then the Mortal Kombat tournament by Dami Arena. That's also something that's been going on. They're trying to find who is the best Mortal Kombat player in Port Harcourt, just as 43 Esports is trying to find who is the best EAFC player in Port Harcourt.
For people that don't know EAFC, by the way, that's
FIFA.
That's FIFA. Yeah. Normal football games. Is there anyone to be expected apart from what we know that are currently going on?
Definitely. So the Network Comic Con in September, we are looking at bringing esports. I mean, esports has always been at the Network Comic Con, but for this year, we're trying to make it a lot more bigger. We want to do something with the universities. You could have the University of Port Harcourt versus Ignatius versus Rivers State University, have the student compete. One of the structures I do believe in is having student community following their passion straight into the national state level, and then from there you go to the national level. That's a roadmap that students can follow within this ecosystem and this pathway that esports is providing.
You mentioned the University Esports League.
Yeah.
Can you break down how that structure works? Because I'd love to know the divisions, those involved, what the competition looks like. Could you just break down, because this is the grassroots then we're talking about.
Definitely.
This is what we talk about, youth and sports development at the basic level. So could you break that down for me?
All right, so let me be more specific with what's going on with the University League. So the University of Port Harcourt is hosting the King of the Ports. So the King of the Ports, just as like I said, 43 Sports is trying to find the best EAFC player in Rivers State. This King of the Ports event is trying to find the best EAFC player in the University of Port Harcourt. And the tournament organizer for that is 43 Sports, obviously. But the structure now is this. You're having students who have interest in EAFC or want to further their career in EAFC. They apply, they register for the event. It's the 4 weeks event from July 4th to July 18th, 2026. Students register. they go through the tournament phase, and towards the end, we get the winner. And then the winner of this King of the Pot gets direct access to the Rivers State Pro League. So you can see from the university level, they are getting that career path to the state level. And then obviously from the Rivers State Pro League, you can then funnel and then get a direct path to the National E-Soccer League. You can see how the thing connects from a university to state level to national level. And of course, if you qualify and you're the best, you go to the Esport World Cup and then represent Nigeria internationally. So you can see that roadmap in Port Harcourt. It's starting to take shape. From the grassroots level, it's beginning to take shape. And I believe within the next couple of years, months even, you could have that definite structure that everyone can visibly see. It exists because it has its roots from the universities entering state to state level, and then it goes straight to national, and then the possibilities is endless from there.
Let's talk about why universities specifically, because we could talk about other aspects. Secondary schools, this could go into secondary schools, this could even go to communities, local communities. But why universities specifically? What role do campuses play in building the grassroots esports scene?
Esport education. So you need to meet people where they are learning, basically. Campuses are where you meet the next generation of players, the next generation of casters, the next generation of tournament organizers, the next esport athletes, the analysts. These are where you meet these persons. So when you take esports to where you're meeting this campground for this talent, you take esport there, it's very easy for you to then create this ecosystem we've been speaking about, because it's somehow irrelevant to create an ecosystem and then you don't involve the youth, because they are the ones that will inherit whatever ecosystem you're creating. So, but then if you start that grassroots ecosystem now from, this, what I call the breeding ground, because the school is a breeding ground for talent, where you go and you see different talents. So if you're bringing these sports to these students right here in the university, you can then easily create this ecosystem that will be very powerful, because you're basically embedding the next generation right into the ecosystem. So that's why we want to take these sports to universities, because they are the next generation.
If you had to map out a clear pathway, let's say from a student discovering esports to representing River State at national level, what do you think that journey would look like?
All right, so that journey would look like the student, first of all, registering for King of the Pot. He wins the King of the Pot, that's at the university level. He then gets the tickets to the River State Pro League, that's the state level, at the state level. If he wins the state level, he gets the tickets to the E-Soccer National League, that's the national level. And then if he wins and then builds up the reputation, then he represents Nigeria on the international level. So you can see that roadmap clearly exists, and it's just awareness at this point that just remains. So there's a roadmap, there's a structure that exists. We just need more people to be aware of the event. The King of the Pot registration is actually ongoing, and students can actually register for it. The registration is on ng.africa, and they can just register for King of the Pot and be part of the students that get to take part in this experience.
Because now this statement I want to make is directly to people who are listening. You have that child who is doing so well in video gaming, and you see him on his phone. Maybe you've even got a PlayStation somewhere around, and it's not only Project Mbappe, it's not only Project Ronaldo, it's not only Project Messi, it's not only Project Djokovic or maybe Project Wembayama. There's still other branches and aspects which that child who you want her to go international, there are other ways you can get them involved in sports. And we bring this to you to sensitize you, because we are the voice of the people, obviously. Today 95.1 FM. We don't just scratch the surface when it comes. We're not just going to come here and tell you about Formula One, about boxing, about tennis or mixed martial arts. We're also going to tell you what you necessarily need to hear in the world of sports as it concerns Nigeria, as it concerns what would affect your own daily life here in Nigeria. So all of this, you've got to really probably pay keen attention to everything they're saying, because you could have that child, like I said, who could be very, very good in this, and then the child doesn't have a pathway. You could have that child who could be very good in this, and you don't know if that little talent there needs a little bit of grooming, needs a little bit of exposure. You can take this to the advantage, and also you can use this in the best way possible. So, Bluestorm, now back to you. What infrastructure or support systems need to be in place to make that roadmap a reality?
We definitely do need dedicated venues for esports events. We need dedicated events for that. We need more esports university programs. So we need the universities to actually be involved and more involved with the activities that goes on in the university. We need consistent leagues, and sponsors. We need consistent sponsors, and definitely the government awareness. We need to get the government aware, especially the Ministry of Youth and Sports for Rivers State. We need to get them involved. These are also stakeholders that are also needed for the ecosystem, and these are the same persons that will provide the infrastructure needed for this pathway to be sustainable for everyone to actually benefit from it.
And then, where do you see Port Harcourt's esports scene in the next 2 or 3 years if things continue on this trajectory?
If things continue on this trajectory, I see PH becoming the esports capital of the South here in Nigeria. Like I said, we already have the gamers, we have the gamers, we have the organizers. There are venues already here and some sponsors. So Port Harcourt is already taking shape in that light. And if it continues like this, within the next 2-3 years, I'm sure PH will be that capital of esports in the South.
All right. Let's look at the bigger picture now, because there are a lot of people who don't take esports so seriously.
True.
And like I said, it's something that a lot of people need a good amount of sensitization on. How do you respond to people who still don't take esports seriously as a career, probably as an industry?
The industry is already $1 billion global industry. The question isn't whether esports is real, you understand? It's more or less if Rivers State will position itself to benefit from it, and if people will position themselves to benefit from it. It's an industry that's growing globally, and it has also entered Nigeria. It's growing nationally as well, even state-wise as well, and even into the universities. So at this point in time, if you're not tapping into the esport ecosystem, it's more or less like a question to you: what are you doing? Or understand, what are you waiting for? And pretty much is that. It's real, and it's ongoing. It's at the state level, it's at the university level. It's just left for you now to tap into it. That's all.
Now, I'll come back to the bigger picture. Or let me end the bigger picture conversation with this. What's that one thing that you wish that decision makers in River States understood about esports right now? If there is more than one, if it could be a plethora, what are those things that you would wish that decision makers in River State could understand about esports?
Well, like I personally like to define esports. Esports is a tool. And what you do with that tool, the result depends on the user. Esport can be used as a tool to impact the next generation, create opportunities for them, even help the state economically by providing value, real-time value to the state. So we need them to understand that esports is a roadmap, is a pathway for young people to enter into the economic system, and they need to invest into it by providing, investing in the events that are ongoing, providing more sponsorships, and then dedicated venues for esport activities. This is something that if we do it right, the next generation will profit off it, and everyone in the ecosystem will profit off it. So we need people to be more serious about this.
We've talked about River State. We've talked about Port Harcourt. Let's take it to the national level. Let's talk about Nigeria now, because I just want to ask you some of these questions that should be very, very easily relatable to you. In Nigeria, how much has esports probably grown in the last 5 to 10 years?
By my count, esports has really improved. last time was here, I gave a number for the general prize pool in 2025, 2024. That was around 90 million naira. In 2023, 2021, the prize pool was general prize pool was around 21 million or so. So you can see from 21 to 90 million, it has increased. And earlier this year, we saw some events with 8 million naira prize pool. We're seeing the Nexal chess league with 1 million naira prize pool. So we're seeing a lot of improvement in just the early half of 2026. That is giving me a lot more confidence that that the esports ecosystem is growing. And if you could see from previous years, when we talk about esports, you can only talk about esports in Nigeria at the national level. Yeah. It would have been very difficult to have esports discussion on a state level, let alone a university level. You understand? So for the fact that we're having the discussion about the state and the university level, it just tells you how much esports has grown and then how much investment has gone into esports. So with 3 more years, we're going to see this thing grow into something beautiful.
What are the biggest obstacles faced in Nigeria today regarding esports? Because yes, there is a lot of whatever has advantages probably has it. You could talk about football and say, there are a lot of talents out there, but then where are the proper fields for these footballers to train? What facilities? How many football academies are even very accessible to footballers in esports? What are these obstacles that could be faced for some of these gamers who do not have where to show their talent?
Like I said, one of the things that would really help esports develop in Nigeria would be dedicated venues, more dedicated venues. There are some, but we need more dedicated venues for esports activities. We need more dedicated sponsors and partnerships that would invest more into the esports ecosystem in Nigeria. And we need more dedicated leagues, not just at the national level, but broken down to the state level. Then even broken down to the university level, because if you keep doing it just at the national level, there are a lot of talents that will be left out. You understand? So when you bring this sport down to the state level and to the school level, you are increasing the awareness, and the more awareness you increase, the more this thing grows, and the more the ecosystem grows. You understand? So, yeah.
Now, people often think esports probably only for players. And here's more of the sensitization I want to get, because like I said, I could stay here and say, there's not just a project Mbappe in football, there's not just a project this and that, but hey, there could be a project Peter Drury out there, there could be a project Fabrizio Romano out there. But apart from just gaming or only for the players, what other careers exist in esports?
Let me be very practical with the King of the Port, the event that is ongoing at the University of Port Harcourt. So for the King of the Port, the OC team, that's the organizing committee for the King of the Port, are students of the University of Port Harcourt. So the roles that were filled up, logistic manager, the stream manager, the creative director, the tournament referee, the esport casters, that's the casters, and the presenters. These are roles that were filled up for the King of the Port event, and they will be participating in the event, organizing the event. So these are actual practical roles that students have gotten into, and even on their resume, they can actually add those skills as part of their resume, and then it develops right there. So these are practical roles that people can get into within the esports industry. There are a lot more. There's the referee, there's the tournament organizer, there's the creative director, there's the analyst. Tournament analyst, after each match, someone has to analyze the match and then give reports. So there are, in fact, just the definition I gave you, the sports and esports is the same concept. The same way you treat sport, the same rules that exist in the sporting world is the same rules that exist in the esports world. The difference is just when I'm talking about esports, I'm talking about video games. When I'm talking about sports, I'm talking about more traditional. You understand? In fact, a more practical example would be, for chess to be considered esport, like the normal chess you play, for it to be considered esport, it has to be, the online chess. That's chess.com or Lichess. You can't play physical board and then call that esport. That's not allowed. You understand? It has to be the online chess, whether chess.com or Lichess. That basically just tells you that when I'm talking about esports, I'm referring to those video games activities you do, and then but it's still the same concept of sports, the same way you treat sports, the same rules that apply in the sporting industry are the same rules that exist in the esport industry as well.
Can Nigerians actually make a living from esports?
I believe so. Not now. Not. I mean, currently at this.
Now you don't tell us the truth. But it's a gradual process. Everything is a gradual
See, that's
process.
very honest. Right now, I wouldn't say it's something where. But there's some people who are earning. There are a lot of esport organizations in Nigeria that are actually paying their workers. So people who get jobs in the esport industry, they're actually being paid. So, yes, people can actually earn money from esports in Nigeria and being part of that. But on a large scale, it's something I would say will take more time for this ecosystem to reach a large scale. But definitely, I do know there are people who are working in the esport industry and they are getting paid. The players are also getting, prizeful money, and they are seeing a little bit of their from sponsors. So, yeah, I'd say it's progressive, but a lot more has to be done. And that's just how I see it.
What message would you have for young Nigerians interested in esports? Because I know a few who are really, really interested. In fact, when I even dropped the graphic for the show, and they said, oh, they would love to listen, and they're yet to have good opportunities for themselves. But what message would you have for these young Nigerians who would want to create a pathway for themselves in esports?
First I would say to them is, you've chosen a very good industry to pick your interest in, and you should look at more for tournaments and events, depending on the role you want to pick in. Not everyone wants to be in the esport industry as a player. So persons may want to be as a writer, maybe as a writer or an editor or a graphic designer, but within the esport industry. So you look out for more of these opportunities. You can find them on ng.africa. That's a tournament platform in Africa where you can see multiple events ongoing. You can register for that, or you can contact the organizers, and then you can ask to be on the team or request to be on the team or submit to CV. This as a way for you to get in touch with these organizers through ng.africa. And you can read about events on nexalgaming.co, get more updates about the ecosystem, and you can see more opportunities right there on Nexal Gaming. So yeah, that's a way for you today.
Well, what probably excites you most about the future of esports in Nigeria? Because from your voice, I could tell that, yeah, it might not be all rosy for the start, which is why we are here, to actually do justice and sensitize people more that there is something out there that could bloom into something very, very beautiful. What excites you the most about esports in Nigeria?
The potentials. I see a lot of potentials when it comes to the esport industry. Like I said, it's $1 billion industry globally, and that same structure, if it comes to Nigeria and we take it seriously just the way people are taking it seriously globally, it has this potential to grow and then be booming for people in Nigeria as well. So it's the potentials that I see in this industry. That's what excites me the most. And I know just within a couple of years, when I entered the industry in 2019 and right now, I've seen a lot of differences. And like I said, for the fact that we are here discussing about a state level, esports in the state level, that's progress. And not even just that, at a university level, that's huge progress. You understand? Coming from like 6-7 years ago, that's very, very huge progress. And I know just within a couple of more years, we're going to see that absolute progress we're waiting for, where, on a large scale, we are seeing players earning in Nigeria. We're seeing more job opportunities in the esport ecosystem. We're seeing more openness, more, investors pouring into the ecosystem. Just a couple more years, and I believe that will be possible. So the potential is what really excites me the most.
We're talking about mobile gaming, right? And it begs a very, very important question. Someone just sent me this question right now. And the person is asking me, can parents really support careers in esports? Can parents really support having this career in Nigeria without any distractions or without encouraging distractions? Because there's the thought of, oh, you're always on your phone. And then there's the other side of academics and education. What would you suggest that can be a balance? Maybe this person's parents is listening now and would want to hear if there can be a balance, if he can say, okay, yeah, you can actually do this without encouraging any distractions.
One thing to address that specifically, I would much like to make reference to Farouk. Farouk is one of the youngest sport athletes, in Nigeria, and he started very young. Farouk missed exams, major exams for e-sport tournaments, and right now he's the best two-time national e-soccer winner. He missed exams. But right now he's currently the champion of Nigeria because he won the e-soccer national league. That's someone who looked at his life, looked at what he wanted to do.
So are you saying it's advisable to keep one aside for the other? Talking about academics for esports.
I can't really advise you because that decision is something you have to take. But if you want to take this seriously, like I said,
then flog Farouk.
No, but earlier on in his career, I mean, he said he lost a couple of matches, but now he's very good. But what I'm aiming to is that Farouk looked at the esport. Back then, esport wasn't, like I said, 7-6 years ago, esport wasn't that really big in Nigeria. But as a child, I think it was around 15, 16, when he took esport seriously. So if someone can take esport seriously 6-7 years ago, I mean, what about now that esport is booming, we are seeing more progress? It's left for you to take that decision. It's just like football. If your child had the opportunity to go to a football academy and train, and then I don't think you would want to refuse that unless you have an agenda as a parent. I don't know, but it's the same opportunity that lies within the esport industry. And that question, the way I see that question, from the angle I'm seeing that question coming from, it could be that then they're not really saying esport the same way that it should be seen. Like I said, there's no real difference between sport and esport in terms of the concept. It's still the same thing, the industry, the concept, activities with competition. That's what it really means at the back end. So all the rules that exist in the sporting industry are almost the same rules that exist in the e-sport industry. The casters, the players, the athletes, the coaches, everything just to make sure that players on the main day have all they need. Like for instance now, these players on the plane right now, 11 players now on the field right now, before they get here, they went through a lot of processes, people speaking to them, coaches, different coaches on different levels for different things, just to make sure that when they get on that pitch, they are at 100%. They know everything they need to do. Even the goalkeepers, they have some names of people at the water for at the players. Somebody who's playing game on their phone or playing game anywhere, the person is gaming. Yeah. But when you take it professionally, that's the esports. So there has to be a level. I'm not just talking about the child who is just playing game on his phone for fun. Yes, you can play game on your phone for fun. Yeah. Playing game does not mean you're an esport athlete. It means you're doing it for fun. If you want to take it seriously, you first of all decide on the game you want to enter events, enter tournaments, register yourself, make a name for yourself, create content, be more consistent with it. And from there you can build something up. So there's a clear difference between someone who is just playing game after school on his phone and then someone who wants to take a real career as an esport athlete. Those are two different persons, so we should not mistake them together, because gaming just means playing game. That does not make you an athlete or make you a professional. So there has to be some training you go through, a process you go through, and that makes you a professional. Just like for you to play on this big stage, you have to have gone through an academy, training, you now get to a club, and then you get your debut and all of that. So it's the same system.
But I want to start right. I hope you sign me, because I want to start playing. I play EAFC a lot. I get beaten sometimes. Sometimes I beat them. So can you sign me, please?
I mean, we have to see how good you are now. But sign up for King of the Port first and then show yourself. I mean,
as long as you sign me. I just
win it first.
I just need assurance that you sign me.
Win the King of the Port and then we'll talk.
Okay. Blue Storm has promised that we'll talk if you can. If we'll talk is that you sign me. That's what and we'll provide closure on this very, very shortly. With this final question, what has made you believe that esports has serious potential in Nigeria?
When you look around, there are a lot of talents that I've seen within the esport ecosystem, and I know these same talents. The only difference now is just that investor flow. Money is not really flowing into the the esport industry.
I was even going to ask you that, but I was going to say, I will hold up a bit on that, but finish with this, and since you brought it up, I'll ask a follow-up question from that.
But that's the thing. There are a lot of talents here that exist. People doing creative things, people doing very creative things, but it's the limitation of that sponsor investment is very limited, and that's killing a lot of this talent. So, but I do see them, and I know just within a couple of years, we hang on a bit. It's going to take time, but I mean, 2-3 years, we're going to get there. And then when this investment comes in, people pay more attention to esports, this talent are going to grow. So when I look at that, I see that beauty, and then I see the potentials right there. And
You were
that's
just
why I'm
speaking like the
interested.
Arsenal manager. All I see is beauty. I
No,
see
but there's beauty in esports. I mean, like I define esports personally. I will say personally because I mean the definition of esports has to do with tournament organizers. But I define it as a tool, and I always say I define it as a tool because the end result depends on the user. Like what you do with this thing, the end result depends on you. So you can be creative with it. You can do creative things with it. Like I said, I have seen creative people in this industry. I know some of them. So the potential lies right there, and that's what I see. That's what gets me excited. You know, basically.
I was going to ask you before I almost said closure, but no verse. Yeah. Is funding enough in the esports scene? Are sponsors investing enough? What support can come from these big investors, maybe government or institutions regarding esports?
In order not to have an ecosystem built where money is just thrown up and down, I mean, the best way for this is for them to invest into the leagues that are ongoing right now at the university level. You know, invest into the king of the ports. These are where students are. If you invest into it, you're basically investing into the pool of talent. So you invest into university leagues, invest into state leagues, you know, support the River State Pro League. That's where, you know, I mean, Dexter was the former champion, I mean, the River State Pro League champion. But currently, that means Dexter is the best player in River State because he beats, you know, these players, all the players that registered. And that's something where if people invest into directly, you are sponsoring, you're basically sponsoring these esport athletes. You're sponsoring, you know, in the individuals who have taken interest in the esport ecosystem. So that's like the perfect way to pour money into this esport ecosystem by funding these leagues, funding this ecosystem, building more esport dedicated venues where I can just from here now I go there, I know I can participate. Even I'm not a competitive player, but I can go there and practice. I'm not referring to a gaming lounge. A gaming lounge is just a casual place. I was going to ask
you that. Are you talking about more gaming lounge?
No. That's a gaming lounge is just where you go and pay money, you play. That's a gaming lounge. And esports event center, you go there, you know, you register as an academy. You know, there's one in Uniport Mall, Dami Arena. They are starting one right. Started since February. That's part of the activity that's been ongoing. So you register as a member of their club, and you get to engage.
Free.
No, it's not free. I mean, you have to register. But like, that's the commitment you have to make.
I mean, playing the games there.
No, once you become a member, it's free. That's the point. Like, get the membership, and then you can participate. No, they do esports education, where they educate these students about esports. They don't just play games. So there's more about that. That's what I'm referring to. Not just gaming houses where people come to pay money to play games, but esport arenas and venues where individuals can go to and learn more about esports. So we need more of those venues. And yeah.
So yeah, they are there. So if they want to come and pay more adverts, so tell people to go and register there. Anyways, Bluestorm, pleasure to have you here. But let's close with this. What lessons can Nigeria learn from other countries that are thriving in esports?
One lesson they can all learn. I mean, invest properly. Invest in this league, you know, and be more segmented. We need more persons to invest and create more segment of the esports industry. You know, everything cannot be dependent on the government. We cannot be waiting for. I know the government have inaugurated a body. The Esports Federation of Nigeria has been inaugurated by the government to handle esports in Nigeria. But we cannot just all sit and wait for them. It's the same thing as if you see a problem on your street, you will not wait for the state governor to come and fix that problem. Even if by right it's the state governor or government is supposed to take care of that problem. But if you can fix it, you know, if you can do something about that, I see no reason why you have to wait for someone to come do it. And that's one of the things we're doing right here in Port Harcourt. You know, with the Garden City Esports, you have a lot of partners coming together to educate people about esports in Port Harcourt and then doing something. You know, that's basically what I can say to people. Just do something in your states. You know, use esports as a tool. I keep saying it's a tool. See it as a tool. There are a lot of things you can do with this tool. It just depends on your creativity and then what you want to do. So just invest in it.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Always been a pleasure.
And it's always nice talking the business of esports, or we can now say the sport esports in not just River State, not just Port Harcourt, but Nigeria and the world at large. Thank you for coming.
A pleasure.
And Happy Father's Day to you.
Happy Father's Day to you.
Before we leave other sports and move into the football side of things, it's currently happening in the Hill Germany ATP 500 final. Taylor Fritz currently on court against Francis Tiafoe. It's in the first set, by the way. It's 1-1 and it's 40 all. And Fritz currently has the serve. By the way, speaking of Fritz, he eliminated the Roland Garros champion, Alexander Zverev. And does that automatically make him the automatic favorite to win this?
No, it doesn't. But I was watching the match yesterday with Alex. We were talking about Sasha and how he's been feeling kind of big and pompous after winning the Roland Garros. Well, I'm not really a big fan of Sasha. I'm not really a big fan.
That's
of
why now. That's why you feel he's pompous.
Yeah, no.
Somebody
pompous.
just won his first Grand Slam.
We all know he's been talking a lot about the courts and saying how they favor this person, how they favor this person. Now he has won now, and I'm very happy he didn't get knocked out. The match against Taylor Fritz was fine and amazing, but I think beating someone does not make you the favorite. If you take, we saw that in the Roland Garros. Beating the favorite does not make you the favorite, but it does make you one of the people to be watched. It makes you one of the dangerous people to be looked at, because it's not easy to beat the current champion. No matter what, he is still the champion of the Roland Garros. So for Francis Tiafoe and for Taylor Fritz, Fritz still leading. He might go all the way to still win it. Not really many people or big names in that tournament as well too in the Hilly Germany. So it's to get their best or to just use this opportunity to keep on gathering the points. It's the 500 events, keep on gathering the points. The big boys have left the field to rest. The Djokovic, the Sinner, Alcaraz is still out and injured. So some of the big boys have left. And you've knocked out the current champion, and currently one of the top 3 in the world in tennis. So let's see how far Taylor Fritz can go. He faces his fellow countryman in Francis Tiafoe.
Francisco Cerundolo is also on court, by the way, against Tommy Paul, and Tommy Paul took the first set 7-6. Yeah, 7-6, and it's currently in the second set, still 0-0, and Tommy Paul currently has the lead 40-15. He leads that one. This, by the way, is an ATP 500 in London, Great Britain. That is also a final. And yeah, definitely Benjamin will also be sinking his teeth more into football stories as we progress on the show. But Ovie, back to you. I look at the Formula 1 calendar and I see that it's Austria next. The main race is on Sunday, the 28th of June. But it starts from practice 1 down to practice 3 from Friday 26th to Saturday 27th. Qualifying comes up on Saturday 27th of June. Hey, I look at the standings right now and I see Kimi Antonelli is the man still leading the way in Formula 1. But Lewis Hamilton, very, very good win he did get in Monaco. He sits in second with 115 points. Antonelli has 156 points. George Russell comes in a close third with 106. Charles Leclerc is fourth with 75 points. Lando Norris, the world champion, is fifth with 73 points. Oscar Piastri is sixth with 68 points. And I kept on reeling out names over and over and over and over again until I could get to the man who sits in seventh, and his name is Max Verstappen. What has been the problem with Max this season?
I think the problem hasn't been Max. I think it's been the car. It's been the car. We've seen complaints from Mercedes, from Red Bull about the car.
Does that affect his decision to want to even stay at Mercedes, at Red Bull?
Does it affect the decision to want to leave?
Want to leave Red Bull?
I think it's not just about the car. I think it's also about the personnel. Laurent Mekies coming into the team last season, especially after Christian Horner leaving during the end of the season, trying to patch things up, trying to make sure at least he could get that fifth Drivers' Championship. It just didn't work out for the man. And GP leaving as well to Gianni, what was his name again? Prestiani, I've forgotten, leaving the team as well to lots of engineers have left.
Are you talking about Lambiasi?
Sorry, Lambiasi. Lambiasi leaving too as well too. So many of the core for at least for Max team have left, so it's not the same for the man. And especially with the new rules, we know he's not a new fan of he's not a fan of the new rules. No, he's complained a lot about that. He's complained about the car as well too, and he's tried as much as possible to try and enjoy the races. Australia, they started Australian Grand Prix. The man didn't finish the race. Likewise to the Chinese, and also he's not had enough fun with the car. As he always says, driving should be at least fun, especially with the new rules and all. But I think the car is also a problem, and I think the man also needs to also change his mentality coming into this new season with the new rules and all. He needs to change his mentality. The Australian Grand Prix is going to be a big race for the Red Bull, because it's a home race for the Red Bull. You want to say it's like Red Bull's home, so he needs to come there and give his best. People will be looking at the Red Bull and seeing how much they can do. At least for both brands, they're actually doing well, both in the VCAB and both in the main Red Bull team. What's his name? Liam Lawson and Arvid Lindblad are doing okay for a mid-table team in the VCAB. Isaac Hajar is doing well, managing the car as best as he can in the Red Bull. So for Red Bull, they will need to work on things heading into the Australian Grand Prix, the new changes as the new setup, the new engines and new settings they will be hoping for, because we all know for pace alone, he's not been fast. Max Verstappen, he has not been fast, but that's how Formula 1 works. The fastest car and possibly the best strategy wins, because you can have the fastest car and you might have a nonsense strategy. I think we've seen Ferrari do that for a lot of time. We've seen McLaren do that, and that's also one of the reasons why this person leads the championship with 40 points over Lewis Hamilton. That's Kimi Antonelli, because he's had good strategy. He's also had luck, if you want to see, during he's also had luck because during the Barcelona Grand Prix, during the practice up to the practice, it was the Monaco Grand Prix, during the practice, during the free practice, it was kind of even. We had the Red Bull and then when it came to the qualifying, Kimi, during the last lap, during the last minute, when every car had already gone to the pits, Max was already set to get pole position, and before you know it, Kimi just edges Max just by some few seconds. And then heading into the race, they start, and Max, who we know has a better start, especially when he's locked the front row. We all know Kimi and the Mercedes, they've not had, when it comes to getting off the line, when the lights go off, they've not already had good start, and before you know, Max has troubles with the car does not start. So it's something that Red Bull need to work on. We also know during the starting of the season, for Isaac Hajar to also complain about that, but that's how it is with you just can't have a perfect car. Well, maybe I think Red Bull in 2012. I think Red Bull 2012. But you just won't have a perfect car for all the races. There's always going to be problems and I think Red Bull this season, as a Red Bull fan, I'm not really looking at can Max, although I believe Max, as a Red Bull fan, you always believe at the back of your mind that Max can still do something, but
can he do anything this season?
As a Red Bull fan, as an analyst,
as an analyst and a Red Bull fan,
as a Red Bull fan, Max can do something.
As an analyst,
it's Max. It's Max. When I saw Max lock out the front row in Monaco, I was like, he has won this race. Our first win
then
of
what
the season.
happened?
Then the car, they refused to start, and I was like, why? Why would I let this small boy win? But I want, if Russell is not winning, at least Kimi should win. At least I'll be happy. We all know the relationship between Kimi and Max. Max treats Kimi like his son. And but as an analyst, I don't see Red Bull clawing their way back into this game, into this title. Either for the drivers' championship, for the constructors' championship, their car is just mid. You see, their cars are competing with Alpine. At a point, we had we saw Max couldn't even outlap an Alpine, an Alpine. He could not outlap them. Pierre Gasly, and Colapinto. The McLarens are faster. The Mercedes, of course, are far faster, and the Ferrari have picked up speed as well. So, though Charles Leclerc is not really receiving the boost he would have expected, but for the Red Bull franchise, maybe the V cab is just doing all right. We've not really had any troubles with the V cab, but it's a mid-table car. For Aja, he's done well, but for Max and for the Red Bull, they won't find. I don't think we'll see them clawing their way back into the drive unless Max. But I still believe Max can still do something during the second half of the season. That's if Red Bull can fix all their issues. But I don't think Laurent Mekies actually knows what he's doing inside in that seat as the team principal. I don't think he knows what he's doing in that seat. Maybe if it was a Christian Horner there, yes, maybe he could have muscled Max into a fight back. But for now, it's going to be hard for Max to do that by himself, and even if it's Mad Max era, he's going to do that. But at the back of my mind, as a Red Bull fan, he can't do that.
Right, it's also going down in Berlin. By the way, in the WTA side of things for the women, preparations obviously on the way for Wimbledon. The semi-finals yesterday, Arina Sabalenka was knocked out by Jessica Pegula. It finished 6-4, 6-7, 6-love. Wow, Sabalenka losing 6-love in the semi-final. And Linda Noskova also booked her place at the expense of Alexandra Ayla. 6-2, 6-4 finished. And the final will obviously go down today. Jessica Pegula from 3 p.m. Up against Linda Noskova. That should have kicked off. And we will be providing the updates on that one. But a man to provide the updates in the world of football has made his way into the studio. His name is Alexander Kapari, and he will be driving you through everything that concerns the world of football. My name is Somto Isaac. A special mention to Blue Star Michael Seth, who did the version of the esports interview with me. Divine Nathan is still here. Benjamin Mina is here. Uvi Wallace is still in the house as we move straight into the world of football.
Always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
into the head coach role following a humiliating 5-1 defeat to Sweden in Tunisia's first outing as he replaced the sacked Sabri Lamouchi. But the same problems persisted. Their second offering was arguably worse than their first. Now, Hervé Renard, who's appearing at his third World Cup as a coach after leading Morocco and Saudi Arabia, was unable to mastermind the kind of results that earned him international recognition on the world stage, where his Saudi Arabian team famously beat Argentina in 2022. But Japan, ranked 37 places higher, were far from obliging opponents for a boss 5 days into a new job. As their intensity smothered Tunisia, they were much more organized and clinical, and their confidence best displayed by 4 classy goals. Now, Keito Nakamura picked out a Daichi Kamada to round off a sweeping move for the opener before Ayase Ueda arrowed a spectacular second. And then after the break, Ueda turned provider for a clever third, giving Junior Ito the chance to beat Aymen Damen in a 1-on-1. And every goal had a team aspect to it, but it did not end there. Kaishu Sano combined with Ueda to put the gloss on the scoreline later on as Tunisia's hopes of a revival faded into obscurity. Their tournament has been a disaster. Japan, however, moved level on points and goal difference with the Dutch in Group F. Now, such an unforgiving display should draw attention. Perhaps Hajime Moriyasu's well-drilled side lack the kind of world-class talents other nations boast, but few will match their intensity. In terms of dark horses, Japan are a strong shout to make a real impact this summer. And guys, questions will always persist when it has to do with Japan, but the main one I'm going to come back to is how serious should we be taking this Japanese side? I mean, in terms of intensity, barely any team comes close, and they do not have the world beaters. I mean, look at their front line. There's a Daisen Maeda at Celtic. There's an Ayase Ueda of Feyenoord. There's a Nakamura, and there is also Ritsu Doan of Frankfurt. You could go round and round and list their various clubs, and you find out that these are not really big hitters among their teams, but they're still finding a way to always bring that intensity. And I think that has always been the Japan story. Lost in 2018 to a dagger goal by Belgium in that 3-2 where they had to run a comeback. It's been the story of the Blue Samurais. They've always had the intensity and they always bring the pressure in the World Cup. Is it time for us to reevaluate Japan's chances and to see how far they could actually go at this World Cup? Ovi, how impressed have you been with their starts to life at this 2026 World Cup?
Arigato.
I don't know the response for arigato, but I do know that is thank you.
I have to say I've been very impressed with the Samurai boys, and as a big Japanese fan, I like to say,
for obvious reasons.
Yeah, for obvious reasons as well. but I don't think I'm surprised with the way he performed. The last time they lost a game, both friendly and all, was in 2025. That's the last time they lost. Since then, they're either winning or they're getting draws. They've beaten Iceland, they've beaten England, they've beaten Scotland, they've beaten Spain. When it came to big teams, we saw them against Netherlands. They were go down, they came back, they were go down again, they came back as well too. They got the match that they played yesterday too. 4-0. It's not an easy group, you want to say. They've got Sweden there, they've got Netherlands there. At least you're looking at those three. Well, Tunisia, I don't know what happened to Tunisia, a team that during the qualifiers they didn't lose. They came and they actually started losing, but
they didn't concede.
They didn't concede. Yeah, but now they've started pouring goals. They've got 8 goals in, or let's say 9 goals.
9 goals against them.
Yeah, 9 goals
and
against them.
Scored.
Yeah, and 1 scored. So Japan have really shown. Yesterday, it was somebody was asking me if I felt Brazil could get a 6th World Cup, and I looked at teams that equaled them. You have to say Japan is one of those teams that equal, if not they're even better than them when it comes to equal. So Japan and Netherlands are teams to watch out for in that group. So I'm not surprised with the way the Samurai boys are playing. We saw them in the last World Cup tour as well too. We saw how they played against the Argentines and the rest, and it was quite a close call. Quite a close call from the boys in blue. And when it comes to the Asians leading the line at the World Cup, you're looking at both them, you're looking at the Koreans as well too, and these two teams, you don't know what to expect from them. So I don't think any continent can be underestimated, even though you see many of the stars are in Europe. And Europe as well, but I won't be surprised if they do make it all the way to the semi-finals, even if they do make it all the way to the finals by chance, because the football they play is beautiful, the football they play is lovely. We saw the game against Netherlands, and their coach again too, Hajime Moriyasu.
You pronounce that so well, Ovie. Are you sure you're not Japanese?
Of course. For obvious reasons, Hajime Moriyasu, the man has been fantastic, and a tactical genius. The man has been with them for 5 years in that team. He understands the team, he understands the core of being a samurai, and when they take to the field, we saw, I don't know what the man was doing with those boards and the rest when he came to the game against Netherlands, but he's taking coaching, especially international level, to a whole new game, and before you know, sooner or later he's going to get a trophy. It might be the World Cup or not, but the Japanese are building something good when it comes to football, and we've seen it when it comes from their age grade, their lower age grade teams. Yeah. Down or to their senior team. It's something that they are building for the long term. So Japan will be a powerhouse, will be a team to be feared in the coming years. But this World Cup, I still think they are still going to be a big threat as much as any European team that you want to face.
All right, you could hear the admiration in the voice of Ovie there. He sounds like he wants to be a blue samurai. And I don't know if Benjamin shares the same sentiments, because it's a scintillating start to life. But one thing the Japanese will always guarantee you of is that high intensity. Benjamin, officially your dark horses for this World Cup.
Another thing the Japanese will guarantee you is cleanliness.
That's true.
You have to study them. I usually watch their celebrities when they do this content creation. They get to walk in the street of Japan with white socks and it never gets dirty. Wow. It shows how neat they are. And if you're looking for a place to visit, please try and visit Japan. You'll thank me later. I've always seen Japan as a dark horse, going into any World Cup. For the past 3 World Cups, they've always been dark horses. It's just that they've got this, near miracle syndrome, where just hit it and get past that stage where you always end have not been their strong points. But again, you look at them and you see how they play. One thing about the Japanese game is intensity. They always have that intensity. They will press you. Yeah. Definitely. They've got the energy. They'll have to press you. And it, like Ovie said, it cuts across the age grade, both in their women football. It's something that they are bringing. They're taking it gradually, until now, and it's been paying off. So I look at them and I see that they are the dark horses in that group. See, Brazil will struggle to beat Japan. It's not because I'm saying this because I love Japan. Yeah, I love Japan, but I look at the unit. I look at that team as a unit, a collective group of people that are ready to pay to sweat it all out to get that result. And look at how they've been playing. Yesterday's game against Tunisia tells the story. Tunisia has been very poor, going into this World Cup. During the qualifiers, they've been awesome. They didn't concede any goal. At some point, they are my worst team in the World Cup. Worst team, I must tell you. They're my worst team in the World Cup. They didn't concede goals going into. They didn't concede any goal going into the World Cup during the qualifiers. Yeah. Now, where I knew that they were actually a poor team is when during the Nations Cup, they were not very fantastic. They were not fantastic. They were not good enough. So how do you convince me that they'll be better in the World Cup? So I feel that they've sacked their coach, but sacking the coach does not guarantee that results would have to turn out the other way. The new coach would have time, especially this is a competition. You know, so I feel that Tunisia have been very poor, but Japan took the opportunity and made a mess out of Tunisia. So I feel that I see them qualifying from that group comfortably, and in the next round, which is round of 32, they will have to scale through because of the way they play. See, they play high pressing football because of the energy, and you know, as a coach, you have to look at the strength of the team and you have to play with the strength of the team, and that's what the coach have done. He's been with them for the last 4 years, more than 4 years, so he knows the strength of the team, and that's how they play. They press you from starting to the ending. They've got energy. Both the ones on the bench, they've got energy. They know what to do when they come on, you know. So I feel that Japan is the dark horse going into this tournament.
Okay, but just along that topic of dark horses, because I am going to throw that question towards you, the listeners. I also want to ask, is there anyone so far that you have watched and they're not standout favorites, but they should be on that list, honorable mentions for dark horses? You could have more than one, you could have more than two. Any other name or any other nation comes to mind when you think of dark horses, not favorites, but they stand a genuine chance so far?
Yeah, okay. I feel that Japan, for me, that's number one. Looking at the other teams, the Netherlands, you don't know what to expect from them. That's the truth. They're really inconsistent. Today, they get to put up a good performance. Tomorrow, the performance is, you know, they get to give you shambolic performance going into games. Yeah, I was quite impressed the way they trashed Sweden. But before that game, they had just 1 point. You know, Sweden was stopping them. Sweden was stopping that group. They had just 1 point, but they showed that they can actually get, you know, this done. Yeah, Ronald Koeman, not a... his time with Everton, not very rosy. His time with Barcelona, I think he won the league with Barcelona, but they didn't end up well with him. A very good, fine defender in his time. At some point, won the highest goal scorer. You know, so as a defender, the man is a very good footballer. But being a good footballer does not guarantee you being a good coach. You know, so but the man have got a couple of players at his disposal. The captain of the side, Virgil van Dijk, lots of experience. The man has played all the games. Like he played all the games last season and upper season. You know, he almost played all the games at age 34. The man is, you know, is up there. You know, when you talk about players, you know, at that age doing the job as a centre back, whether I like it or not. And then he's got the likes of Cody Gakpo. Not really fancied his opportunity, his chances last season with Liverpool, but the man has been putting on numbers. Memphis Depay, the man has been putting on numbers before now. And Bromby, you know, Bromby of Sunderland, the lesser we talk about him, the better, because we saw what he did in Sunderland. You know, he took Sunderland, many thought Sunderland were relegated, but the man took Sunderland out of it, and Sunderland at some point almost qualified for Europe. So I feel that the man has got a squad, Dumfries, experienced lad, Champions League finalists back-to-back, and then you know, lots of players in that team. You know, Somerville, the man, he couldn't save West Ham, the brushes of West Ham, but the man was instrumental at some point towards the end of the season. So they've got a squad. Frankie de Jong for Barcelona. You know, these are players that could actually get it done any day, any time. You know, so I just feel that they could be one of the dark horses. But again, dark horses, I would say Morocco is one of the dark horses. Well, many fans, many said Morocco. You can't say Morocco is dark horses because they made it to the semi-finals of the last World Cup. But hey, this is a new World Cup, not the last World Cup. Yeah. So I would say Morocco are part of my dark horses. The Netherlands, Morocco, and then Japan could be my what's it called now? My dark horses, you know, going into this game. Apart from that, I don't see any other team. For now, I don't see any other team going into the books of my dark horses list.
Ovi, I'm just going to come to you with this one. Still on the talk of dark horses. I don't know if you've had your eyes on the United States of America, because there's been a whole buzz about them. Everybody has been. If you're on the media, you see, the United States have finally learned how to play football. They've been playing excellent, beautiful football, and they broke down a very tactical Australia's low block, which consists of that 5 at the back, and they famously used it to beat Turkey in their opening game. But the USA never looked to put a foot wrong in both matches. 4-1 versus Paraguay, 2-0 versus Australia too. So impressive showing. And of course, the home factor. Every game they're going to play at home is going to be largely dominated by their fans and supporters cheering them on. Could this be sort of an inspiration for them to try to go as far and see how far they could go at this World Cup, given not only the incredible football they are playing under Mauricio Pochettino, but of course the home support?
Yeah, commentary might be bad, but their football is good. For the United States, as Benjamin was mentioning, dark horses, yes, I'll add the Dutch, the Japanese, and the Moroccans there, but I think the United States also deserve a shot when it comes to dark horses. It looked different. I remember during the call up, when he called up, many Americans were wondering, why did Poch call this person up? This is not the squad. It looks like if we are going to fill this World Cup. But I think it's been different. Poch ball has been working well. The man has brought what he did in during his time as Paris Saint-Germain. He has brought it to Tottenham. Brought it to the United States, and we playing good football. 4-1 against Paraguay. Didn't concede against Australia. The same Australia who did beat Turkey, and their last game will be against Turkey. They've already qualified for the next round, and I don't know if they are going to try and just hold things out. You don't want to take any serious injury heading into the knockout phases, but they've played good football, and as you've said, they have the backing of their home crowd, the United States, and we all know how loud the Americans can get, how destructive they can get to as well too. And that home factor is going to be a big one for them. But for Poch and what he's been doing in the United States since he took the sport there as their coach, the 4-1 against Paraguay. Reina getting a goal there, Folarin Balogun making his name there as well. Two goals from the man, and showing why he didn't want to accept Nigeria's call-up. But the Americans, a good one. They've got good start. They've got good players, and I think okay players. Pulisic is there. Obviously, I think the man is injured at this point. Pulisic is injured. Pulisic is there. They've got Wright. They've got Balogun. They've got the African man who won the Ballon d'Or. His son is there. Team Way. His son is there too, as well too. So Reina too is there as well too. We've got Brendan Aronson from Leeds too there as well too. Robinson too from Fulham is there. They've got good players, okay players, but it's how you use these players. And I think he's turned out the best in them is to see what he can deliver at the knockout stages. But I think for now, I didn't think we expect the United States to perform this well at the World Cup. I'm sure if they do win the World Cup, they'll change it from soccer to football.
From football to soccer.
For football to soccer.
You could already see a lot of persons admitting that it is indeed called soccer in terms of banter. Yeah, not only because it's played or it's being hosted at the United States of America, but also because of how impressive they have been through their first two games. And you see comments like, maybe it is called soccer after all. Well, that is away from the picture of play, and it's just that question out there. You've watched the opening two games for a couple of countries. How many of them are standout favorites? Oh, safe to say, we know the standout favorites, but how many of them do you think are real dark horses for this tournament? How many of them do you think could go all the way, could get to a semi-final, or even better their results? For teams like Morocco, they'll be looking to reach a final or possibly even bring it home. Yes. For teams like Japan, they'll be looking to get past the quarter, past the semi-finals. How many of these teams are legit contenders? That is the question at the end of the day. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Let's hear your dark horses. Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon to the Spotlight. Happy
Good.
Sunday.
All right, we wish you the same. Welcome to the show.
And happy Father's Day to you.
We wish you the same.
International Father's Day celebration. You people are doing a great job. I commend you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you people have already said it. My standard game is this just concerned with United States because they are pulling a lot of prices. For Netherlands, anything that they did is not a new thing because they have the sport. But my standard game is maybe sport is USA because they are playing the game that I did not expect. And with this couple of players from different clubs, it's like I would say most of the players is the first time that they are meeting together, coming together to do more of the thing. And I'm wishing them the best of luck. Let them break that. In history of football, the USA have ever reached, let me say, semi-final in history of World Cup. Have they reached semi-final?
All right.
Quarter-final.
I'll check on their best ever finish, but I am pretty sure they have not gotten to a semi-final before.
Okay, this new squad,
Germany. Yes. Now, Ecuador, fancied by many to go deep into the tournament after a promising qualifying campaign, had 27 shots, producing an expected goal of 3.05, yet they drew another blank after losing 1-0 to the Ivory Coast and must now beat table toppers Germany to go through. Now, Ella Valencia was the most wasteful of Ecuador's forwards with 7 shots denied by Room's best save in only the 3rd minute, when clean through on goal before Gonzalo Plata had his close-range header parried by the unbeatable goalkeeper on a remarkable night in Kansas. Room said, "It means everything." It feels like a victory. It's the first point at the World Cup. It means everything. I knew it was a lot of saves. I know it was a record from a long time ago, so I'm really proud. I think in 40 years, I'll remember this. It will be insane. I think I need a statue in Curacao now. Ovi, are you going to take on that contracting work of giving Eloy Room a statue in Curacao for the most saves in a 90-minute FIFA World Cup game? But other than that, how instrumental was that performance in a historic night for Curacao?
For Eloy Room and for Curacao, it's a good one for them, especially after a 7-1 thrashing from Germany. From the Germans. We expected the Ecuador to come out and get the win, especially after the loss to Ivory Coast. We expected them to come out to at least get 3 points. And Curacao decided that their keeper needed to take some steroids, and I'm just saying, but it looked like as if the man was on something, because everything he was saving it. Long range, couldn't. One-on-ones, they couldn't. Deflections couldn't get by him. So he was just as sharp as ever. He knew what was at stake and he turned up to the game. But I think we were talking about it yesterday, about teams that play defense and what they have to face if they will go on the US. We know Croatia were not going to go on the attack, but there's one thing defending and there's one thing keeping that clean sheet while you're defending, especially when you're a team like Croatia facing a powerhouse like Ecuador. They kept on taking the brunt of the attack, and Eloy Room gave his best. 15 saves, a record now. I don't know about his statue being there. Well, maybe if he does get him to the knockout stage, it's possible that his statue will be put in Curacao. But I think for now, he's done well. He'll be in the history books in Curacao as well. He'll be regarded as a legend. I went to the World Cup and gave Curacao 15 saves to still keep them in the competition. They face Ivory Coast next. That's going to be another tough competition, and we'll see how well they can overcome that test. They've overcome Ecuador. Now is to see the former African champions, if they can take care of them as well too. For Ivory Coast to their strong side, we saw against Germany it was a stalemate until the final moments when the Germans got that 9 minutes goal to show you that Ivory Coast, the Ivorians can hold their own against the big teams in Europe and one of the top teams you have to watch out for in Africa. So it's going to be another case of David face Goliath again when Curacao take on Ivory Coast. But for Eloy Room, a good performance from him, fantastic saves from him. 15, it's not easy, especially when that pressure is building and that pressure is piling up for 19 minutes. It's not easy to do all those kind of saves. Maybe it was just maybe long ranges, maybe would have said yes, you could see the ball coming from a mile away, but this man saw everything in slow motion, both the one-on-ones, the deflections, the corner kicks, the free kicks. The man saw everything in slow motion and kept them in the game.
Okay, now that is 27 shots by the Ecuadorians. That is absolute dominance right there. But away from football, just very, very briefly, another person who is dominating is Francis Tiafoe in that final, as he took the first set by 6-4 versus fellow American Taylor Fritz. He's also up by a break in the deciding set. He's 4-3 and he's set to serve. So Francis Tiafoe looks to round this up in just about this game has lasted just around 48 minutes. Francis Tiafo wants to wrap this one up in just under an hour, and he is currently serving for it. And we know he has had moments where he may have fumbled his chances, but he is not looking like putting a foot wrong this afternoon. So Francis Tiafo on grass is definitely one to watch for Wimbledon when it does kick off. But back to the dominance of the Ecuadorians at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Benjamin, Germany is their next game, and right now it is a must-win game. It wouldn't have been so. It would have been go there, pick a point, and still make it through if they had beaten or gotten all 3 points against Curacao. But now they've taken 1 point from Curacao. They need all 3 against Germany to progress. But on the other side of things, Germany have 6 points. Germany have won the group already, and we all know what that means. We saw when Portugal had 6 points what they did versus Korea Republic, where Korea Republic went on to win them and advance past that group at the 2022 FIFA World Cup. So they have 6 points. They have the luxury of being group winners, which means they'll go in as the top seed from that group. They could rest players. Do you fancy Ecuador's chances against Germany in that deciding game?
Even if they get to rest players, the Ecuadorians should be going home. They messed up the chances against Curacao and Valencia. The man couldn't take his chances. I watched that game, and then I was so sad that the coach, he's the captain of the side, but the coach should have taken him off and maybe bring someone else, because maybe that wasn't his day, so just look for somebody else to actually do this thing. But again, the coach left him there, and then he ruined their chances. They couldn't get past Curacao, the whipping boys of the team. But again, it tells you that football is not played on paper. And you might be favorite on paper, but going into the game, everybody's there to compete. People are there to make history, be it right history or the wrong side of history. People are there to make it. So let them just they shot themselves on the foot. So against Germany, football is not played on paper, like I said, but for me, I think they don't stand a chance against Germany, because looking at the German team, they've got players that haven't played, and these are players that they are good players on a good day. So maybe the Germans would have to behave. It would take the Germans to behave the way Curacao, the Ecuadorians behaved against Curacao for them to stand a chance. If not that, I don't think there's any opportunity, there's any chance for them to actually make it through. So for the German national team, Nagelsmann the man wants to be 100%. He wants to be 100%. The players want to be 100%. So I just feel the second choice goalkeeper of the German national team is better. The third choice is better. You understand? So I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that the best chance the Ecuadorians have got to actually qualify was to beat Curacao, beat them and go and then stand a chance. But they didn't do that. So I feel that they'll be joining Curacao to be leaving the team and to be leaving the World Cup so early. Some Chelsea fans will be saying yes, they should leave early so that Moise Caicedo could actually start having a break, to start resting for the new season. So for me, I think the man should start booking his flight and then getting ready for his holidays. At this point in time, they don't stand a chance against German national team.
They don't stand a chance against the Germany the national side that has already done the business of the group. So some would also beg to differ. I don't know if you're in that category of people that would beg to differ and think of different situations or in different scenarios when teams have already topped the group, they go into that last game, they are a bit lax. But from what Benjamin is saying, even a second team, even a German second side are going to be big problems for the Ecuadorians, given how they've played in back-to-back games, yet to score at the FIFA World Cup. And have conceded one and have also kept a clean sheet in one. At the same time, they are yet to win. They have just 1 point from a draw and a loss to Ivory Coast in their opening game. Can this Ecuadorian side, in a must-win game, go against a potential German second side with the rotations after qualification and say, this is a game I'll take all 3 points in?
For the Germans, I don't know about their second team meeting a full strength Ecuadorian side, but it's going to be a tough game. For the Germans, who do they got at the front lineup? Kai Havertz, Florian Wirtz, all those people be on the bench. Musiala, Felicien Nemcha.
It's funny enough that the man who scored twice yesterday to give them that win over Ivory Coast is coming off the bench, so there's a chance he might start.
So there's a chance he will start. Also on the bench too, who have they got? They've got Malik Tia, Rodiger too is there as well. To him and Jonathan Tah, quite old but can substitute for each other. Dennis Undavs as well. Too. They've got Pascal too as well. So they've got a quite okay second team, if you don't want to say a quite okay second team. Vote Madi too is also there as well. I don't know if the man is going to get
playing chances.
Yeah, but I think you don't want to risk injury. You might want to give that man a shot, and who knows, he might turn up. But they've got a good first team. They've got an okay second team, but I think against an Ecuadorian side, I think it's going to be much more tougher attacks to overcome. Yes, the Ecuadorians, they haven't scored in the last two games against the Curaçao and the Ivorians. Nothing to show for it, but the last game is going to be all to die for, and I don't think the Germans want to play a team that are ready to die on the pitch when they've already survived or they've already won the battle for qualification into the next group. So the Ecuadorians have also got a good starting lineup. They've got Pachu there, Moses Aicedo is there too as well, Piero Hincapi, a very good back line. So Franco is a very good back line, and an okay forward line, an okay midfield too as well too. So it's a good team. Quite balanced, but I think the Germans are going to play it safe. For me, are going to play safe. If I was the Germans, at least I'll play it safe. I don't think why am I fighting for 3 points when even no matter what happens, I still top the group. I top the group into the next stage, and topping the group is going to play an advantage heading into the next round. I don't want to start risking my players getting injured, knowing that I'm going into the real main phase of the World Cup, where injuries, if you get injuries in the knockout stages, it's going to be detrimental for what happens in the long run, and you don't want to get that in the group. At least your first match for the knockout stage, you should have your players fit and ready. So they're going to play safe. So nice for the Ecuadorians to capitalize on that, because you can't even beat a Curaçao team that I think is worse than the German second team. So what makes you think
chances?
what are your chances of beating a German second team, even if they're not going to try their best? So, but they should be ready to die on the pitch. But Curaçao too will be ready to die on the pitch as well against the Ivorian, because they've got a slim chance. They've got a slim chance as well to make it as the best third team as well too. So they've got every chance. So it's going to be all to die for in that group.
All right. Now, both Ovie and Benjamin share the same sentiments that it's going to be an upheaval tax for both the Ecuadorians and Curaçao in their final matches. But one man who had an upheaval tax this afternoon was Taylor Fritz. As a fellow American, Francis Tiafoe has concluded things very swiftly over there in that Germany ATP 500 final. It finishes Francis Tiafoe 6-4. 6-4, 2-love on sets. Francis Tiafoe is the champion of ATP Germany. Yes, Francis Tiafoe has won that one there against fellow American Taylor Fritz, and he did finish that one in just over an hour and 7 minutes, and I'm sure he would have loved to wrap it up in less than that, but there was 0 fight from Taylor Fritz on this one. Francis Tiafoe, who played late yesterday night, was able to come this afternoon and show his muscle. He struffed and he puffed and he blew Taylor Fritz's house down. So yes, he has won that one. Meanwhile, that other ATP 500 that is going on over there at London, Great Britain, between Tommy Paul. I need answers. I need verdicts on this one. So, Ovi, right before I give you exactly how it all went down there in that victory over Sweden, a ruthless showing, are they favorites, or at least among the favorites, or are they dark horses? I need to get a verdict on the Dutchmen. I need to get a verdict on Netherlands. Are they favorites? Because we are indecisive. We can't seem to make our minds up. Favorites. Let's say France. Let's say Argentina. They have a good side. Let's say Brazil. And let's say Portugal. You can't write them off. So, Netherlands. I don't even want to mention England. And I know a lot of you would come for me on that one. You let me know if England are favorites or not. But Netherlands, are they favorites? Are they dark horses?
England, bring it home as usual.
Bring it home.
We've been bring it home for a very long time.
But impressive versus Croatia. So we cannot.
Yeah, England have been very impressive. And one good thing about England is the fact that they brought in a competition manager. Not a league manager. Talking about Thomas Tuchel. The man is that manager that you can say, okay, the competition is just 8 games or 10 games, go there and win it. But when it's a league format, the man is not good at league format. But I felt that England chances to have won the World Cup is was under what's his name now, Gareth Southgate, because they finished was it semi-final on the World Cup,
quarterfinal in 2022. 2018 was the semi-final.
And then I felt that that's when they should have won the World Cup. But under Thomas Tuchel, not a bad manager when it comes to competition. So let's see how it goes. But was his 5-star performance against Croatia. Yeah, we thought that game was the game lives up to expectations in the first half. It was a very cagey encounter. England came out, Harry Kane scored a brace. Croatia replied and all that. So, but again, it shows how mature the manager is and how mature the team is. Yeah, you could say players that haven't gone to the World Cup, few of the players haven't gone to the World Cup, are part of that team. But again, the manager knew what he wanted. But I still haven't wrapped my head around why Trent Alexander-Arnold wasn't selected, because
to be in that team.
Yeah, his long balls would have helped. In some instances where the team you're playing against sit deep and doesn't want to come out, those long balls behind the defenders would have helped. But the manager knows what he wants, and hopefully it doesn't backfire, because England will come for your head. Turns out that Arnold is one of the golden boys, one of the golden generations of England. So, in this generation, one of the golden boys. So, let's hope that it doesn't backfire. But at the end of the day, England are playing well so far. But are they favourite to win the World Cup? I don't think they are favourite to win the World Cup. Yeah, I don't think they are favourite to win the World Cup. But if they go at least get to the semi-finals, the next thing is going to the semi-final. You start hearing bring you home. But for me, I don't think they are favourites to win the World Cup. They might be the dark horses. Nobody knows part of the dark horses, but I just feel that England would not be winning this World Cup for some obvious reasons.
All right, very, very interesting take when it has to do with the 3 Lions of England and whether or not they'll be able to bring it home finally. But it's time for us to go pay some bills. And when I come back, I was headed to OVA with that question about whether or not England, I meant to say the Dutchmen are favourites or if they are dark horses for this World Cup. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product go find you come our product don't enter market long span made couple step tie small gutter design as big man consign we still get stone coated roofing sheet shingle mineno glass board wood shake and roman. No forget saying that Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer Agnes one man delta tooth powder nice to carry this open product enter market wakaskele wugali as only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 about Port Harcourt Expressway equated by Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bigbo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 about N West Expressway Ositema for Abia. For more inquiries call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product time with the product where go make your house the smile whether under the sun or in the rain.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And
tournament, what are you going?
Well, for dark horses, well, you're looking at dark horses as in a surprise in the tournament.
A surprise,
yeah.
like that team that is strong enough to go all the way, but they are not in the favorite category.
I think maybe you could put them there, but they've got Coleman there, Ronald Koeman, who has been with the team for a very long time, understands the team back and front. This is not his first rodeo in the World Cup with his boys and all, and he understands how to get them to the end. But I think I'll still put them as favorites, especially. I'll put them as favorites. Yeah, because we know in 2022 they got knocked out by Argentina on penalties. It could have ended differently. They might have gone on to win it, losing to the eventual winners in Argentina. So I think I'll put them as one of the favorites. They can get to that edge. They can they can reach the limit. And who says they can't do it again? Especially with the players they've got now. We saw Brobbey 2 goals yesterday. Somerville added another one too as well too. A big one against the Swedes. And they can score goals, but you talked about their conceding, which is something they will need to have to work on, especially when they have to look at best defenses in the World Cup. I think they have the best defense. Became Van de Ven
on paper, Virgil van
Dijk and the rest. So the best on paper, yes, they've got the best defense. So conceding 1-2, they shouldn't be doing that, especially cheap goals like they did against Sweden. But I think they should be considered one of the favorites alongside Argentina, alongside Brazil. Brazil might even, to me, I don't think I'll consider them a favorite. I think I'll consider them a dark horse with all these players. I know a dark horse. I've said if I'm considering them favorite, then I'll consider Japan two favorites as well too. Brazil for me are one of the dark horses. Favorites Argentina. Or let's say if Portugal can actually turn over Portugal, yes, they have got a good squad that can take them all the way to the final, so they are one of the favorites. France, undeniable, one of the favorites. England, undeniable, they are one of the favorites too, as well, to win the world competition. So Netherlands should be put among these elite teams, these elite national teams, as one of the favorites to go all the way and win the competition.
Okay. We do have a message from the SMS portal. He says, the biggest challenge African teams are having is not taking their chances when it comes. Senegal had the chance of being 2 goals up against France in the first half, and they never took them. Same thing with Cote d'Ivoire yesterday. Steve with that one. Thank you very much for that one. And there's a lot of facts when you have to consider how that game did play out. Yes, that was the Germans against the Ivorians. But first of all, we'll still stick with the Dutch, as they delivered a commanding 5-1 victory over Sweden in Group F, inspired by brilliant doubles from Brian Brobbey and Cody Gakpo. Now roamed out Coleman's side, who were held to a draw by Japan in their opening fixture. They produced a ruthless attacking display to move on to 4 points and to put qualification firmly within their grasp. Now Sweden, who had thrashed Tunisia by that same scoreline in their opener, were unable to cope with the Dutch firepower and were left with only a late consolation from Anthony Elanga. Now Brobbey seized this opportunity on the biggest stage, announcing himself with 2 close-range finishes to put the Orange in complete control. The Sunderland strikers' movement and physical presence caused Sweden constant problems. I was watching that match at the office there with Priye, and he was like, why is this boy so strong? Now, any hopes of a Swedish comeback were extinguished shortly after the break when Gakpo took center stage as the Liverpool forward struck twice in quick succession to turn an already comfortable lead into a rout, continuing his outstanding World Cup record. His double took him to 5 World Cup group stage goals for Netherlands, drawing level with Robin van Persie as the country's most prolific scorer in the competition's group phase. Elanga eventually pulled one back for Sweden, but it proved nothing more than a consolation as Christianso Somerville, who came on at halftime, wrapped things up for the Dutch. So, Benjamin, lots of questions. Interesting one here. Christian Somerville, back-to-back goals. He also did have an assist. Assisted Gakpo's second in that one right after he came on. So huge impact. 2 goals and an assist in this tournament so far. Gakpo also firing. He's always going to be that man when it has to do with the Orange of Netherlands. They've also shown in their last match that they could do it as well from other sources that are not really attacking options, when Virgil van Dijk headed up and headed in their go-ahead goal against Japan. So it's impressive performances all around. Brobbey scoring, Somerville firing, Gakpo doing the same. Daniel Malen, really key too in that forward. I started back-to-back matches. Really impressive performances. Denzel Dumfries, a midfield trio of Graham Bett, who already has 2 assists, Tijani Reinders, and Frankie de Jong. So it's been excellence all around the pitch. Benjamin, is it time to consider them favourites like Ovie reiterated and not dark horses?
It reminds me of 2010 when they were in the final. They lost that final to Spain. They had Wichty Schneider. They had Robin van Persie, Nigel de Jong. They had players that could do the job. I feel that the Dutch national team, well, you don't know what to expect from them, like I usually say. You know, in the Euros, you saw them, they will put up a good performance today. The next game, they are nowhere to be found. You know, he raised that question mark where if they can actually go all the way to do it. This is a major competition. They've got players, experienced players in their own respect, in terms of club and country performances. Dumfries, he's the man has been very decent for Inter Milan. The fullback scores goals, creates goals. Being the Champions League back-to-back, Virgil van Dijk, a Champions League winner, a Premier League winner. Brobbey, you know him for Sunderland. The Premier League this season, many could say this season, but this season the man has proved himself. We've got Frankie de Jong in that team, Tijani Reinders. These are guys that have done it, in their own respect. So for me, I would still put them in the dark horses position because they are still inconsistent here. Remember, they've just won 1 match in this tournament. So, we are talking about them because they won 5-1. If they have drawn the game, we wouldn't have been talking about them. So, for me, I'm really not convinced because I'm looking at the Swedish national team. Yeah, they've got a good front line, but Alexander Isak, you ask yourself, how many games has he played this season coming into the World Cup? And then for Gyökeres, you could say he's been the man doing the job during the qualifiers. And you ask yourself, who is the manager of the Swedish national team? It's a certain Graham Potter. Has he managed the national team before? No. So this is his first thing as a national team manager, and we know what he did at Brighton. Aside that, has he done anything, outside Brighton? No. He went to Chelsea, couldn't cut it. The man has been in different clubs, couldn't cut it. Now he's managing the Swedish national team. So there are lots of question mark for the Orange Boys, the Dutch national team. Everybody wants you to win your games, especially in stages like it gives you that morale booster going into the next round. But for me, I think I'll still keep them in the dark horses situation because they've got an experienced manager, but the manager alone does not play it. The manager influences the game. He gives you tactical input and how you're going to, but it depends on how the players get to respond to it. Today they'll put up a good performance. More they might switch off. You might switch off. You don't know the caliber of opponent they're playing against. And I just feel that for me, I'll still have to put them in that bracket of dark horses. They've not convinced me enough. If they have convinced me enough, let's say they get to do it the next 2-3 games, then I'll start looking at them. In the last World Cup, they gave a good account of themselves. They were beaten by Argentina, if I have to remember that. They were beaten at I think that's the was it round of 16 or quarterfinal stages? Quarterfinals, where they were beaten by Argentina, and they gave a good account of themselves in that game too. I just want to see if they could better what they did last time out. But again, let me just wait before. Let me see their next game and then their game after the next one. That will tell me if I will bring them out of the dark horses book and then place them as one of the favorites. But for now, they are still in my dark horses book.
Now, interestingly, their next game is going to be against the team who are already on their way home in Tunisia, a team who has swallowed 9 goals and have only gotten 1 in reply. But Ovi, like you did speak about their defensive areas, I just want to touch light a really, really key stat there. They've kept 1 clean sheet in their last 7 competitive games. They've scored 7 in 2 games at the World Cup, but they've also conceded in back-to-back matches, making sure that there is still no clean sheet for the Dutch, or the record that they would like, given that defense you spoke about that they do have on paper. How key is it that they find a way to stay in games and not concede, particularly when they have the dominance?
Well, they've already qualified to the next stage. I think the knockout stages goals are going to be really important. As in basketball or in NBA, you see defenses wins you championships and attack just wins you games. So that defense is going to play a big part in that. It's just that knockout stages, even after defending and it's goalless, it's going to go into penalties, and then penalties is just a game of chance of luck and see who it favors. Doesn't matter if you were the better team for 90 minutes. When it goes to penalties, you try your best to get all that. But I think going into the knockout stages, they're going to try their best as much as possible to make sure they don't stay on the back foot. At least for now, we've seen they've been getting those early goals. They've not started off on the back foot against either teams they've played. So it's to get those goals, as many as you can, and then if you concede 1 or 2, as long as you're far ahead of your opponent, you should be able to hold them off. But no one will really advise you to concede a goal. It's never advisable to concede a goal, no matter how good you are, no matter how far ahead you are. We've seen teams be 3-0 up and then still lose that game. We've seen teams 3 goals ahead and still draw out that game, only just to lose on penalty. So for the Dutch side, they'll have to look going into the next round, especially because they'll be going against teams that will be very, very potent in attack. And imagine they go against a France side later on, or an Argentine side, or a Portuguese side, teams that when you look at their attack, or a German side that know how to pour in goals. How are you going to keep them out? We know that their attack is quite decent. Cody Gakpo, Robbie, and the rest. Memphis Depay, a decent attack for the Dutchmen. But for the defense, is something they're going to have to work on. Going into the next round, and we'll see how Ronald Koeman figures it out with, as I've said, the team that when it comes to defense, they are good on paper. Now it's time to transcribe that defense into, or translate it onto the pitch, and try and hold out a clean sheet after at least 1 game.
Okay. Now, in other venues, we did see the likes of Germany have to dig deep and go really deep into their bags to find a way to get all 3 points and progress past the Ivorians. It finished 2-1 in favor of the Germans against the Ivorians, as they took the lead with Frank Kessie scoring in the 32nd minute, and he had to take inspiration from the bench with Dennis Undav leveling matters in the 69th minute and consecutively giving Germany all 3 points in the 90th minute and the 3rd minute of regulation time. So it finished Germany 2, Cote d'Ivoire 1. We had a text message that said the African teams have been really unlucky with finishing. In his words, he put it in a different way. He did say that they are not taking their chances. It's not they are unlucky. They are not taking their chances when they have them, and they should do better to convert the chances. He spoke about Senegal, and he said same thing with the Ivorians yesterday. It was quite the performance from the Ivorians. I was really impressed with them right up until that goal by Dennis Undav, and then momentum seemed to swing completely in favor of the Germans. And also, Faye, the head coach of the Ivorians, started making substitutions. He took off Amad Diallo, he took off fellow Ivorian winger and Yan Diomande, and then he just seemed to invite more and more pressure. Were these the wrong moves? Do you think he should have done it better or handled it better when he has to do it, keeping that game within touching distance, maybe getting a point if you're not able to get all three?
I think, I've watched the first set of the African games. That was the first set of the group games. I've not been impressed with first game management of the African teams.
Yeah,
most of them though. First, I'll start with Senegal. Now, the first game, Senegal's first game, of course, the first game against what was their name, France. It was a very good 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. In fact, it was a very good first half in terms of the way the game lived. They were Senegal tried to close those spaces down. They closed those spaces and created chances. But again, one thing about the African team is the usual African team is they create chances, but they don't take their chances. And that's one big problem that they've had going into this World Cup, or during this World Cup. You know, they've created chances. And when you're playing a team like France, see, Senegal should have killed that game 2-0 in the first half. And that should have been it. Then when you come into the second half, you look for a way to actually close spaces and then manage the game, see how you can manage the game all through. But again, I feel that game management is one of the biggest problems that we are having in Africa. You know, our football has grown. Technically, we've grown. You know, before it used to be Africans playing the physical game. We are used to playing very physical game, you know, going into any competition, especially against the Europeans or the South Americans. The South Americans play similarly to the Africans. Talking about, apart from Brazil, Argentina, let's say the Colombians, but the Uruguay, pacey kind of people. But when it comes to the Paraguays, the Ecuadorians, they are used to defending. That's how the Africans play. You get so, but now we've improved. Technically, we've improved. Attack-wise, we've improved. We create those chances, but the ability for you to score, to convert those chances, makes you a better team. Senegal is a better team. Attack-wise, they've got it. In the midfield, they've got it. They've got Idrissa Gana Gueye. They've got what's his name in that midfield?
Pape
Matissa. Now, when you see Ismail Assar on the wings, you know, Mane the other side, you know, they've got players that could hurt any team any day. Now they've created chances. Ismail Assar was the flop of that game. The man had lots of chances. My wife was telling me, if not Crystal Palace, now if I don't score two. And he carried Palace from the Conference League, from the quarterfinal down semis to the final.
Player of the tournament.
Yes. So why can't you build on that? I feel the man had lots of anxiety going into going into that game. He was too he hasn't really put the back of the net ball in the back of the net. He wants to be happy. No. I feel that the coach of the side should have taken him off immediately. He shouldn't have even had any business coming in from the tunnel in the second half. Take him off. And then that's for the Senegalese side. Now the Ivorian side. And for the one thing about the Senegalese side or the African side is another thing is loss of concentration aside from game management. That game between Senegal and France, the Senegalese team lost concentration, especially when the France team got the first goal. They lost it, and then they had a goal. When they had that goal, they lost concentration. They wanted to go and attack immediately. Now, that is where the coach comes in. When you scored that goal, what I expected the coach to do is pull off one of the midfielders and throw in a pacey attacker. Go all out at the defense of we know the weakness of Opemekano. He's physical.
Yeah.
Don't go physical with him. Go technical and go fast with him. That was when I expected the coach to pull off one midfielder, sacrifice a midfielder, and put an attacker that has pace, that has, that quick feet. That's what I expected from him. But he didn't do that. So I think loss of concentration, technical know-how from the coaches, and then game management. Then going to the game against Ivory Coast yesterday, when they had the game between the Ivorian national team and the German national team. See, the Ivorian team, yes, they played very well. But why would the coach, now again, game management came in, you took off the most dangerous player from your side, talking about Diomande. You took him off. What was the plan? You're not bringing a like-for-like player. And it's not as though you've won that game comfortably for taking him off. Yeah, you're looking at the second game. Maybe he's looking at it that we've lost that game. Yeah. Let's prepare for the next game.
Next one.
But you shouldn't take him off until 9. There are some players that you have to play 90 minutes. Especially when you're chasing the game, not 3-0, not 3-1, 2-1. You still got time to finish, to see if you can get something out of that game. You took him off. You're now taking off Diallo, the United man.
Yeah.
These are your two most dangerous players. So why are you taking them off? When the game is still within your reach. It's 2-1. You're in the game. It's not as though it's 90 minutes plus that you're taking them off. Let them see out that game and see how you can get something out of that game. Now, Ivory Coast have got just 3 points. They'll be meeting, what's their name?
Curaçao.
Yeah, Curaçao in the last game. Yeah, maybe because he's looking at it to say, okay, Curaçao are the whipping boys of the team. We could actually go there and win. Yeah, let's see the fact that this is gone. But I feel that the African teams' game management is one of the problems that we are having in the World Cup. And then tactically, the substitutions we've seen, a few of the African teams have become a problem. Yeah, look at the Moroccan national team. They know when to attack, when to defend, and when to choke up those spaces.
Yeah.
They know when, if they are taking off a player, they're bringing it like for like player. Or maybe technically they're looking at it and say, tactically, okay, you are bringing off this player, he's pacey, but just to hold up the game, let's bring up a defensive-minded player
profile,
with the ability that, yes, he can lock up those spaces. But we are not seeing it in the other side of especially the West African teams. So I think, we are growing, but we still have a lot to learn. But at the end of the day, most of the teams from Africa are actually giving a good account of themselves in the World Cup.
It's left to see if you do agree with Benjamin and how well the African teams have given an account of themselves. Yes, because Ivory Coast still do have a chance to a point might not be what they would want versus Curaçao, given that Ecuador could still go on to get all 3 versus Germany and progress ahead of them. So they have to go for all.
Qualify as best losers. If a points could guarantee them qualification.
As best losers. But at the same time, best losers are going to be food for the top sides.
Yes.
You do not want to come out as best losers if you stand a better chance of finishing second.
Of course. If you stand a better chance, you can go for it and get it. But again, we've seen best losers come qualify from the background and then go on and give a good account of themselves. In the World Cup and in competitions. So for me, I think the Ivory Coast will qualify ahead of Ivory Coast and Germany are the 2 teams that will be qualifying. Ecuador and what's their name? Curaçao are going home. Curaçao, they are done and dusted. Maybe they'll join their boys. Their fellow countrymen or their continent men, that's Haiti, but again I feel that it's Ivory Coast that could qualify, but going forward they need to start correcting their mistakes when they qualify, because the knockout stages you don't have luxury of playing the next game. It's lose and you're out. So we need to start correcting those mistakes. When I mean we are Africans, so we need to start correcting that going into the next game, so we don't get to see in the whole of the competition one African team or no African team in the knockout stage or in the round of 16. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, now it's time to hear from you. What do you think? What do you make of the Ivory Coast performance, having gone a goal up in the first half, and we're very, very impressive in chance creation? They created lots and lots of chances. Should have killed that game off. Should have had a second or even a third based off the chances they created right before Germany got that equalizer through Dennis Undav. What do you make of the happenings in that game and Germany progressing? Cote d'Ivoire and their chances to progress as the second best team in that group against Ecuador. 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. The phone lines are open to hear your thoughts, to hear your contributions, and to hear everything that you think of all that has been discussed.
I don't think that's the reason. When the breaks, for the breaks, it's making football look like a game of basketball divided into 4 quarters.
Timeouts.
Timeouts. And we all know how timeouts are crucial to a team in NBA. They could easily change the tempo and flow of the game. Likewise, so as you've said, Brazil and Morocco changed the flow for the Brazilians. But it could be a good. It could be a good thing for the teams, as you've said.
Yeah.
3 minutes, you can give a lot of information in 3 minutes to the team. You can change a lot of things in 3 minutes, especially when you see you are ahead. You can give 3 minutes of information that will keep you or give you that lead or add more goals for the remainder of the minutes. 3 minutes, you can find a way to turn the game around. So, but for the fans, It's not what you want to see. Well, this is basketball fans. I don't think they have any problem with a little 3 minutes water break.
Yeah.
But for football fans, it's dividing into 4 quarters, and you're also looking at the ads that will be coming there. But I think that's one of the main reasons for the hydration break. And you have to see it's very hot right there in the United States and Mexico, and you don't want the players collapsing and dropping ball. It's all good for the teams if they can find and turn it into an advantage. The negative part is just for the fans. I think that's the really negative part, that the fans it just cuts the action just right in the middle of it, and there's now you're watching a movie and you're getting to the peak, you get to the climax, and someone just comes to just turn off the TV and says just rest your eyes a little, and then they will continue. It just spoils the fun for it, but for the teams it's a big advantage for them.
All right, now that is a very, very interesting topic, and we would love to hear your insights on that one right there, because the hydration breaks 3 minutes and the momentum switches. The data has shown that teams who were on the ascendancy lose a little bit of momentum right into those hydration breaks, as pointed out by that Brazil-Morocco game. There was also the Sweden game yesterday, yes, where Netherlands had 2 quick-fire goals, but it was all Sweden immediately after the hydration break. So how much of a change is this making, and is this the major reason as to why the FIFA World Cup has hit a 100 goal mark, its fastest in just 33 games? 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 951. As Osas, the demigod in the world of sports, is in the house, and he is ready to take over proceedings when he has to do with football on the African stage. Osas, a very, very good evening to you and welcome. But first of all, I just have to have your thoughts on this one, because it's a very interesting conversation. How much has hydration breaks affected the FIFA World Cup?
Very good afternoon to you, Alex. And I've been here anyway in the start of the first half. I just had to take a walk out and back again right now to do what we know how to do best. It is.
Sorry, Sas, I will have to cut your thoughts short there to just get this one
But one thing I don't like about it is the fact that football is a game of intensity. No one enjoys football when you decide to halt the game. That's the reason why when you see guys playing football and it's intense, if you come in to cross paths, then to halt whatever they are doing, somebody can drop a punch on your eyes, yes, without knowing that you are a friend or related. So football is that game where intensity is always high, the tension, the pressure is always there. So when you begin to bring in too many breaks into the game, it might not serve the game the positives. It might not serve the game the beauty any longer, because the game tends to suffer because of too many bridges, too many halts. You understand? Yeah, someone might celebrate because you are the one that the hands were on your jugular. You are the one that you had your necks being pressed. So there is no other thing you want but the referee to call for a timeout so that at least you can breathe. But what about how the game looks like, the face of the game, the complexion of the game? Too many breaks tends to bring some sort of dent or stain to a beauty that football has to offer. Imagine how you watch football from here and you see what we call the gang pressing, end-to-end encounter or end-to-end football going through, and all of a sudden you just see that the power holding company just takes power. Do you see how you feel? That's the same way the fans over there in the stadium chanting, shouting when it goes from one end to the other. Then all of a sudden you hear everybody stop, go over to the side for some water break. So these are some of the things that I think FIFA needs to look at, balance the equation. Yes, it's very important because health-wise, some of these players find this game in places that they are not used to, most especially the way the climatic conditions are right now over there in the United States. The heat is high, and some of these players play in very temperate regions, regions that it's not that hot. Now you find out that they find it very difficult to focus. They find it very difficult to operate. So that's one of the reasons why sometimes these breaks come and you go out there to cool off, then return back to the game. But I think a balance should be done, because we've seen complaints already in this 2026 FIFA World Cup, most especially with the advert placements. Now everyone is pointing to FIFA that the reason why you're bringing in the cooling break is not actually because of the players to cool off and all of that. It's because you want to field in
Really
adverts for financial benefits. Yes, so but FIFA must understand that the game doesn't belong to them. Yeah, we entrusted them with the duties of regulating the game, but it's a game that belongs to everybody that loves football. So you must take into cognizance the feelings of the fans, the players, every stakeholder in football. Yes, you must take into cognizance that. So to ensure that you don't hurt people while you're trying to. I know that FIFA has every right. The game is becoming more commercial. The game is becoming something that money has to keep running. Yes, money has to keep the game running. So if that is the case, I think these things should be looked at carefully so that we don't have to overshoot or go beyond our boundaries.
All right, now very, very steady words from Osas right there. But this is where I am going to draw the curtains close as regards the FIFA World Cup and regarding everything that we had to discuss.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. Zabu, zabu.
Niger special edition of the marathon edition of Today Sports Live right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people, and obviously we give you a voice when it has to do with the world of sport, and this time it is Nigerian football. We're going to be talking about everything surrounding Nigerian football. Nigerian club side football, the national team. We'll also have a peep into what's happening with the African teams right there at the FIFA 2026 World Cup. It's quite clear and obvious right now that the Super Eagles of Nigeria are not there. They are supposed to be there, but unfortunately the Super Eagles of Nigeria did not make it to the FIFA 2026 World Cup. We would not keep crying over spilled milk, but definitely we'll be looking at what we need to do to ensure that the Super Eagles of Nigeria get back to the biggest football mondial when it has to do with global football. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this side of the divide. My name is Usasin Hiwin. I'll be the man to direct proceedings from now up until 6 p.m. Where we'll switch things for you to have the news updates. I still have two gentlemen right here with me in the studio. Benjamin Mina is here, as well as Alex Kabari. You've heard their voices already, so I will just go straight into business and we get talking. No need for the formalities any longer, as they have been here and will continue up until 6 p.m. So ladies and gentlemen, we get started, and we start with the Nigerian Premier Football League. All right, for the Nigerian Premier Football League, preparations for the new season continues. At this point, last year, one thing was sure: we already had a kickoff date for the new MPFL season. This season ended almost a month ago, yet there has been no communications regarding the annual general meeting been made clear on how the season will run early enough. So for the new season kickoff date, none has been communicated. And for the MPFL board, the expiration of the current board's tenure is by the corner, and we haven't heard anything concerning who's going to take over. Is the board still going to be there to continue doing what they have done for a year now? And the current NPFL board's tenure, led by Honorable Benga Elegbeleye, expires on the 29th of September 2026. That's not much of a time away. If you want to look at it clearly, you might be looking at just a month or two before we step into that period where we start to look at the expiration of the tenure of the MPFL board that has been running the MPFL for a year right now. And if you look at that board, you could say that they haven't done really badly. When I say that's a year or two, let's say 2 years now. Before then, we had the Abridged League, where it was a format that actually ran the league, moving from the LMC down to the MPFL board. And now we're looking at all of these things bedeviling the start of a new season. Benjamin, does this cast any dark shadows over the new MPFL season, talking about the 2026-2027 MPFL season? As I said before, last year we had already seen glimpses of possibilities that the just concluded 2025-2026 season was going to be an impressive one. But this time, it looks like we're going back to where we used to be before.
Well, I thought we've gone past this. With all due respect, I thought we've gone past this, these situations where, you know, league dates of kickoff. The AGM is supposed to have, I think, the AGM is supposed to have held, or should have been holding by now. tell us to give us a date on when the league will be resuming, and who gets to play, who gets to play, fixtures and all that. But it's looking as though we are coming back to those days things that we've forgotten, that we think we've gone past. And very soon the CAF would give, or if they've not even given a deadline to actually submit the teams, that will be representing Nigeria in the continent and all that. And we are looking at the Federation's Cup. I think it's 11th of July, if my memory serves me right, the final of the Federation's Cup. So these are the things that we are supposed to have gone past, but it's looking as though we are coming back to revisit, our old days. And when we thought that the league is getting better, we are looking at taking us backward, 2 steps forward, 3 steps backward. And it's not good for the game. It's not good for the players. It's not good for the team. It's not good for the management, and it's not good for football in general in Nigeria, and let's say sports in Nigeria as a whole. So I think that we should just do what is right, and then, because we now we are going to the continent. We are not doing anything that seems as though we are doing the right thing. Is this how we are going to represent the country in the continent? So I just feel that we are supposed to have gone past this stage, but it's looking as though we've not. So Nigeria went to the World Cup. That will say all of them are there watching the World Cup, or all of them are in US, Canada, and Mexico, watching the World Cup. They are home, so let them do what is right, and then see how we can take the country's football, the nation's football, to the next level.
Right. Great words there coming from Benjamin Mina. By the way, CAF has stipulated 25th of July as the deadline for the submission of the list from participating clubs for the 2026-2027 CAF Champions League, as well as the CAF Confederations Cup. And there is going to be a 4-window registration period, as we have one early in August 1st to 15th, 2026. Then for the preliminary rounds from the 16th of August to the 30th of September, and for the group stages we'll have in October, and for the knockout it will be in January 2027. So that's how CAF has enlisted it, and according to what Benjamin said, we definitely will talk about that one. What's going to be happening to the various teams in the MPFL? We're talking about a lack of schedule, yes, and in conclusion of the President's Federations Cup is another one again that could hamper the chances of Nigerian club sides submitting their list to CAF and meeting up with the 25th of July deadline set there by CAF. But away from all the negativities, we want to look at the positivities right now as we look forward to the start of the 2026 MPFL, or call that 2026-2027 MPFL season. We'll look at some of the prospects for the incoming season from some of the teams. For Rangers International, yes, they are the current champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League, courtesy of the conclusion of the 2025-2026 season, where they won the league at the expense of the likes of Rivers United. But for Rangers International, coach of the side, Fidelis Ilechukwu, over the week committed his future up until 2027 to Rangers International. He signed, that was a 1-year extension to ensure that he remains at the Enugu-based side until 2027. This was done all around the rumors that existed, talking about the movement or the resignation of the CEO or general manager of Rangers International, talking about Amobi Ezeaku. But with the signing of this contract, with the extension of Fidelis Ilechukwu's stay at Rangers International, there's every possibility that will remain a rumor, because Amobi Ezeaku has formed a synergy with Fidelis Ilechukwu. It's called the Ilechukwu Ezeaku synergy or partnership, and it has already delivered 2 Nigerian Premier Football League titles to Enugu Rangers in a couple of call that 4 to 5 years. Yes, beautiful one there from 2 men. So if he stays, definitely Amobi Ezeaku will be back there at Enugu Rangers. And still talking about Enugu Rangers, they have opened up their trophy cabinet to allow fans to come and touch the MPFL trophy and take pictures with it. The reason why they're doing this is to create that opportunity to connect with their organic fans and give them a sense of belonging. Is this not a step? Is this a step in the right direction? Owing to the fact that before the end of last season, Alex, we saw that final game at Ikorodu City. It was Rangers International having fans so zealous to hop into 12 luxurious buses and move all the way from Enugu to Lagos to support Rangers International. And of course, it paid off because that game ended 2-1 in favor of Rangers International. And that was what led to Rangers winning that league. For me, I didn't give Rangers a chance even before that particular encounter, because I looked at it and I said, the normal thing that happens in the Nigerian Premier Football League is that you go away from home and the best you can get, you drop points. The best you can get could just be a draw. Yes. And that was what I thought would play while Rivers United would win. But you could see what fans going over there could do for Rangers. And here they are paying back the fans. How do you see this catapulting them into the new season to maybe defend the title that Remo Stars could not defend?
Yeah, I think Osas, it's actually very, very huge when you look at it. It's not just that, it's also the fact that Ikorodu City were unbeaten at home basically all season. The last game at home, and it had to be the one which broke the record, was the one that handed Enugu Rangers, the MPFL title for the 2025-2026 season. So no matter the angle you look at it, you always have to say the fans were responsible for that one. I think I was right here in the studio, and I think I was even on my phone when Ovie or yourself came in and told me there are 12 buses heading to Lagos.
I think I was
like, no, that might be a huge factor in how the title is decided at the end of the day.
I think we were together on that final day when we had match reports coming in from the various centers. We had Ezine in Lagos. We had Somto in Port Harcourt right here. And we also had a friend of ours, I think John from Abia State also. And we had reports that it was becoming some sort of a chaos right there in Lagos, because the inflow of fans from Enugu met some sort of resistance from the Ikorodu guys, and it was almost getting confrontational. But everything was resolved and we had the game go all through. But you cannot deny what fans can do
for you. I mean, there's a reason why we like to give lots and lots of accolades to fans and everything. They play a huge role. If you're able to go to a stadium and turn that stadium into your own, then it's something. I can remember incidents away from African football, Osas. In the season, I think that was the 2021-2022 season, the Europa League, where Barcelona were knocked out by Frankfurt. Barca allocated only about 5,000 ticket sale out of a 95,000 Camp Nou facility to the Frankfurt traveling fans. But where we heard about it, with 5,000, they made enough noise. And with the scoreline being, I think it was 3-0, 3-0 at halftime. About 45,000 Frankfurt fans found their way into the stadiums and they took over. It was a complete takeover of where was not supposed to be their home, or a place they were supposedly not meant to stand a chance in. So I think we really have to go back to these fans, and this gesture is the best way to give it back to them, to say, okay, come around, let's get to meet you. You've been instrumental in our success this season. You've been a key reason why we are MPFL champions and why we've gone level with Eyimba on total trophies won in the MPFL when he has to do MPFL history. So it's all about giving back to the fans at the end of the day, and I think clubs and institutions always find a way to do that, to give back to the people, to give back to the support system that they had. And this is just another excellent way of doing or going about it. It's like saying, yes, we want to reconnect, and we're also giving you a chance to create a core memory as a Rangers fan. And I think if more persons did this, then I can promise you one thing, Osas, you'd walk on the streets of Port Harcourt, you'd walk on the streets of Port Harcourt, you'd walk on the streets of anywhere around the country, and you'd see more fans, more persons donning the respective jerseys of their teams, and it's going to be, the MPFL is going to be taken up a notch the minute you're able to have fans reconnect with the sport. So I think it's a huge one, and we're left to see how the rest of the MPFL teams will also like to idolize this and reconnect their team together.
A step in the right direction there for Rangers International, getting to reconnect with their organic fans, and according to Alex, we hope to see other MPFL teams borrow a leaf from what Rangers International are doing. And to you out there, do you think that this is a step in the right direction, and with all of this it could get Rangers International becoming one of the most successful clubs in a couple of 5 to 10 seasons in the Nigerian Premier Football League? In fact, they have matched what Eyimba Football Club of Aba has when it has to do with MPFL trophies won. It's 9 apiece right now to both sides, and it could go all the way to look like Enugu Rangers could become one of the most or called that the most successful club in the Nigerian Premier Football League. So we're looking at the prospect for the new season, the incoming season. Not just Enugu Rangers getting to work, we've got other club sides in the Nigerian Premier Football League also getting to work. For Wiki Tourists, they didn't have a good showing in the Nigerian Premier Football League for the just concluded season, but one thing they can beat their chest and say they have is the fact that they've got attacking prowess. Yes, they've got attacking prowess. You cannot deny it. Jonathan James Mairiga was the one who won the MPFL Golden Boots for the just concluded season. That was 14 goals he did put in there. And let me shock you, they have another player about to win the Golden Boot for the President's Federation's Cup. We're talking about Imam Ubala. He has got 5 goals already in the President's Federation's Cup. And you're asking yourself, what is Wiki Tourist doing up front that other MPFL sides are not doing? For them to be producing talents, attacking talents that are turning out the goals, turning in the goals. Now see, for Jonathan Mairiga, call that Jonathan James Mairiga, the winner of the Golden Boot for the just concluded MPFL season. He has got 3 MPFL clubs on his back already battling for his services. Rivers United is part of that one, and we hear, according to reports, that Rivers United are tabling a 1.5 million naira salary as well as a 4 million naira sign-on for the young man, to get the services of the young man. Barao FC are also in the race for it. A 1 million naira salary is being tabled, and Shooting Stars are also there with a 700,000 naira salary and a 50,000 naira match bonus, as well as a 3 million naira sign-on fee. First off, who says MPFL players don't have sign-on fees? You're hearing it here from Today's Sports Life. Yes, they do have sign-on fees. Some clubs actually know exactly what to do to ensure that they have a good relationship with their players, contractual relationship with their players, and that is one right here. But Wikitorix, kudos to you, making sure that you've got players that boss the game when it has to do with forward play. Also, looking at Doma United, one of the new boys that will be testing the waters when the new season comes back. They have appointed Deji Ayeni as their club new technical advisor. Yes, that's for Doma United. If you know the name Deji Ayeni, he has had his stint with Sunshine Stars, Aqua United, Eyimba Football Club of Aba, and is a man that has got experience when it has to do with the Nigerian Premier Football League. Now, he brings that tactical depth, MPFL experience, and a track record of building competitive teams. If you want to find out, go and check what he did with Aqua United. So the Doma United coach, being Coach Najib Mabo, will still be in charge, but he is now mandated to work with the newly appointed technical advisor, and this is something positive for the Eco Ala boys as they return to the MPFL. Alex, are you expecting any of these new guys, talking about Doma United, Inter Lagos, Sporting Lagos, as well as Ranchers Bees? Are you expecting anyone to spring surprises in the incoming season, just like how we've seen Ikorodu City? They came in, they went to the top, they've stayed at the top, they've always shown their faces in any of the competitions that we have right here in Nigeria. President's Federation's Cup, they're in the finals. They finished 4th in the MPFL back-to-back. It's been this season and the previous season, and you could say Ikorodu City are here to stay.
Well, Osas, I would like to say it's a really, really good one. First of all, it's a process. the entire process of making it back to the top division, it's a painstaking process, and everybody has to go through that one. But the minute you get back into it, it's always a disappointment when you have to leave. I mean, we saw what the Bayelsa State's governor did to his team. Governor Doye did to the Bayelsa United team after he went on to emphasize and re-emphasize on.
That's what happens when a father is paid after paying huge school fees, and you come back with FPR and you expect him to look at you and say,
and it's a huge disappointment at the end of the day. So it's a process. He did point out, he said, we've come from here before. We don't want to go back. And it's made obvious by the investments that has been put into it, which is where I say a process has to be, or the steps have to be taken. You don't just come out and say we want to be an MPFL side because you've gained promotion. It's a process, it's a vision that has started way from even the lower leagues. Oh, what an effort, Lamin. Yes, that is the Spain's game versus Saudi Arabia has just kicked off. It's about 4 minutes in, and the Spaniards want to strike early to avoid the whole tension around their opening game versus the Capo Verdeans. But yes, back to the NNL teams that have been promoted and will be competing in the MPFL next season. Like I did say, Osas, it's a process. It's one step after the other. You put one foot down, you climb on the other. Now, what are the steps that are going to be taken? You're going to want to sign necessary and experienced players when you step into, have a team too that is going to be able to compete. I mean, when you look at the likes of Doma United and Sporting Lagos, who both topped their conference and returned to the MPFL, you'd expect them to probably do better, to be able to maintain the position that they have. But again, Osas, we know the nature of the MPFL. We know how demanding it could get. Look at Remo Stars. One season, the ecstasy of being champions, and then the next season, where exactly can we point them out? So it's been that kind of season in recent times where there is no clear and obvious favorite. You come in, and I always like to say something about momentum. You come in, you aim to start well. You said something about the home games always being in favor of the teams the home team. So you turn that, or you at least use that statistic in your favor, in the sense that you understand that yes, the home teams generally do better. You have a couple of good games at home, and you see how you can just keep that momentum going. You know, you win one at home, you win two at home, and I said that is always how momentum is built. You start somewhere. It does not just start from basically reappearing out of thin air. It starts somewhere. A win, 3 points here. Okay, maybe it may not be 3 points in your next game, but you didn't lose. That is 1 point. You go on. Maybe in 5 to 10 games, you've scored about 20 goals. That's an average of some good 2 goals per game. It all starts somewhere, Sas, and I think teams really underestimate that process. You know, it's sort of a get big or hit big as soon as possible, and that's what most teams are looking at when it has to do with the top division football. But I don't think that is how it should be. I think you should be able to look at it as a process, one step after the other, and you would build up the kind of momentum that could be used to punch weight. I mean, who would have looked at Enugu Rangers a few MPFL season as it has been in recent times, and I wouldn't like to pinpoint one exactly, but I would say it's a level playing ground. So come in there, start as you mean to go on. It's the popular saying. Do very, very well. A lot of persons say it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. But I like to say start in the best possible way. Because a bad start means when you have a good run of form, it may be too late to catch up. We've seen that in numerous times. So come in there and show that football that made you the teams amongst a host of others who made it to the Nigeria Premier Football League, and see if you could possibly even clinch a continental spot, clinch the title, just go all out and play some good football for next season.
All right, who says it's not possible? When you look at Ikorodu City, definitely as an incomer or a newcomer, you will definitely believe that you could clinch a continental ticket from the Nigerian Premier Football League. For Doma United, CEO of the side, Alhaji Suleiman Umar, met with new players at the ongoing screening exercise ahead of the new MPFL season, and his message was clear to each and every one of them, and he says any player that is good will be picked. We believe in ability, commitment, and hard work. The voice or the words of Suleiman Umar, Alhaji Suleiman Umar, right there, CEO of Doma United, as he did pass his message to the new players at the ongoing screening exercise there. And the message is selection is based on merit. That's what any team that means business would want to do at this point. And talking about another team that means business and is showing that they mean business, that's Ikorodu City right now. And it's quite clear that Ikorodu City are now the goalkeeping champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League. Remember, they did produce over the season that just concluded, Michael Atata. He was able to put in 16 clean sheets, and that was what earned him a call-up to the Super Eagles of Nigeria during the Unity Cup. And it has also put him right there in front of many football lovers, including Eric Chell, who is the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now they have got another goalkeeper. Yes, he's Derek Dulu, or call that Derek Julu. Yes, Derek Julu. And for the President's Federations Cup, what
in the La Liga, playing with Villarreal, and most number of chances created. Look at that pass there into Oyarzabal, and Oyarzabal just picks it up and puts it right across the face of goal. Lamine Yamal is able to do that. That is a fluid Spanish move, and now the La Roja of Spain have really arrived, well and truly arrived at the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Yes, well and truly arrived for the La Roja of Spain, called that the Spanish national team, as they lead the Saudi Arabian side there by a 0-0, courtesy of that wonder kid, teenager he is, Lamine Yamal. He has
first World Cup goal
as well for the teenager right there, doing big and mighty things, putting smiles on the face of Luis de la Fuente, being the coach of the side right there. Can they hold on to this, or can the Saudis come through to maybe drive a dart into the heart of the Spanish faithfuls right there? I think time will tell. It is 12 minutes on the clock already right there in that game between Spain and Saudi Arabia.
And that is a poor giveaway, and that's a pass through to Bayena. That should have been to Pedri. Wipes. That's way too much. That is way too much by Pedri. But Lamine
was that Pedri or
That was Pedri. The Ferran does not start this game. I mean, how can he start after last? He did impress De La Fuente in the last game, but Lamine almost had a through ball there for Alex Baena. The keeper rushes out and claims that, and Pedri asks Oyarzabal to leave it. He has a clearer space, a clearer chance there, but he does sky it way over. It's not even on target. It looks like a mishit there from the Spanish midfielder. But yes, the Spaniards are roaring and they are pouring and they are blowing down the house of the Saudi Arabians. But like you said, it's early, and the last time, as soon as you mentioned that early goals assist, my mind flashed back to that famous victory over Argentina where Lionel Messi scored inside 10 minutes. Yeah, from the penalty spot.
And it's the same Saudi side.
And it's Saudi. It's the same Saudi. So they'll still be saying, okay, no problems, keep your shape. Make sure you've seen their back five shape. It's not really the lowest of low block, but it's meant to frustrate them. Maybe a blueprint has already been set by the Cabo Verdeans, and they are looking to emulate that in this game versus the Spaniards. But like I pointed out, they have way too many creative machines on the pitch now. With Alejandro Baena, with Lamine Yamal, with Dani Olmo, they are looking to fire way more. As Kukureya gets in another cross, they are going to have a long day. That one is for sure, Sas. But they will take their chances when they can hit on the counter, like situations like this which has been intercepted. It was a chance for a breakaway for the Saudi Arabians. But yes, as I did point out, victory here means 4 points, and it means taking control of the group stage while also having one game
in the 2022 FIFA World Cup coming in the 2022 FIFA World Cup coming from behind to win that particular encounter. Maybe this time they won't be asking where is Messi, they will be asking where is Lamine. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're still talking about Nigerian football right here on the marathon edition of today's Sports Live. It's the Sundays edition. Osasi Hinwin right here. I've got Alex Kabari also doing this with me, and we were looking at Ikorodu City, looking at the fact that they are producing goalkeepers that could stand the test of time. Derek Julu is the new one who has stepped in, and he is the goalkeeper for Ikorodu City in the President's Federations Cup already. He has won 3 penalty shootouts en route to the President's Federations Cup final, where they will take on El Kanemi Warriors. He's faced 16 penalties and he has saved 4 already, and you could say that is a huge, massive start there. What's going on in Ikorodu City? And we'll definitely look at the goalkeeping coach for Ikorodu City. He's actually doing a very, very good job right there for the Lagos-based side.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you did point out with Wiki Tourist and their love for strikers. Or should we say for prolific strikers?
Strikers.
Now we have, should we call them clean sheet machines? The really difficult persons to beat, or men to beat in between the sticks for Ikorodu City, and they just look to get even stronger in that department. I think I would like to attest or at least attribute that to teams focusing their strengths on certain departments. We saw that in different style of play. When you're asked to call out teams who attack more, you could point that out. Teams who defend more, you could point that out. So that is what an attempt by Oyazabal. That was on target. What a save by the Saudi Arabian goalkeeper. Spain are all over Saudi Arabia at this point right now, and I think if you were supporting the Saudi Arabians, you cannot wait for that 23 minutes mark to go on the water break and hope that momentum switch in your direction. But one team that definitely, on one side, that definitely has that momentum when it has to do with the goalkeeping department is Ikorodu City, and it's just exceptional how they're able to do that. We've seen, even if you did not know, at least this season, the presence of a certain Nicolas Jove on the lines for Arsenal must have told you that there is way more than just the head coach.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a set piece coach, there's a goalkeeping coach, there's even a striking coach too.
Actually, the goalkeeping coach for Ikorodu City is a certain Olufemi Thomas, and he's well known in the Nigerian Premier Football League, and you can see his track record right now with the Ikorodu City side when it has to do with goalkeepers.
Yeah, and it shows. It's reflecting. I mean, 16 clean sheets is a phenomenal amount during the MPFL season. That's for Michael Arteta. As Oyarzabal, it's in yet again. I think he was looking to slide that one through to any teammate rushing in from the far post. But yes, I mean, they continue to recruit well, and I think it is very obvious what the instructions of their goalkeeping coach has to be. I think Osas, he thought that was a misplaced pass by Lamine, but I think he was looking for Unai Simon, and he had to dig that one out before he went out for a corner. Yes, but it's still Spain on the ascendancy, and this is where Lamine wants to be one-on-one with his man if he could get those balls through, because every time he has had those balls, he mostly is met by 2 to 3 on-rushing players in the white colours of Saudi. But I mean, if you have to look at Ikorodu City, Osas, and their specific instructions or the places where they've had their strengths, then you know that the goalkeeping department is one of them. Having kept 16 clean sheets last season, they just want to continue that trend. I think, Osas, at the end of the day, it's safe to say they do not want to let up. So whatever recruitments they are coming in there has to have been a structural design, a structured pattern to make sure or to ensure that they are still able to carry on that defensive solidity there in between the sticks, and to be able to wary of whatever their opponents could throw at them because of the outstanding figures that they've been able to have in recent seasons or so. So I think it's fair to say, yes, a club with the right direction would listen to everybody that's in that team, from the coaching staff to the rest of the board, and they will make their recruitment around the plan that the team has already formatted.
All right. Right now, let's talk about the President's Federation's Cup. A lot enough to talk about when it has to do with the Nigerian Premier Football League. But now it's the President's Federation's Cup. Yeah, before we do that, I just saw Alex raising his hands up, and it's quite clear that Saudi Arabia are going through more pressure than a materialistic wife will give to her husband on her birthday. So that's exactly what Saudi Arabia are seeing right there against this Spanish side.
Yeah, it was just about racing through onto a through ball. I think his last touch is what put it in the path of the Saudi Arabian defender. If not, he had the option to square it to Lamine Yamal, although the pass would have been a little bit difficult, and an easier option would have been the
Danny Olmo.
Oh wow, what a hit! But it's off target.
Goal it is. Two it is.
Like I did say,
two it is. Oyazabal. Mikel Oyazabal.
This game go long.
He go long.
He go long. And I just want to send this one as to a statement to those who wrote out the La Roja. Don't write this team out. They are yet to have one of their best wingers in Nico Williams fit, back and fit. They could compete. All of this is extra time for him to rest, get rehabilitate,
regain fitness.
And regain fitness, and get moving on the pitch. And very, very soon he could be ready to take it on again, to don on the colours too. But we get to look at that goal. I think they are clamoring. There's a clamour for offside. He doesn't look offside.
He's not
there.
offside.
He doesn't look offside there. So
the Saudi defender,
I don't know if the goal has been chalked off already, but he doesn't look offside from the get-go. Danny Olmo flashes this one in. No, he's not offside. He's not in an offside
None of the
position.
players are offside. Look at the last the defender there for Saudi Arabia. Their jersey number 3 placed everybody on side. So
and
it's quite clear.
He picks the ball off the legs of that Saudi Arabian defender, and yes, the goal is still given. It hasn't been chalked off, but it's currently being looked at. It's a goal. It's a goal. It has to be. I mean, there was absolutely no chance there. The defender goes to sleep. It's picked off his toes, and it's punched into the net. 2 goals in 20 minutes or so. An average of one goal every 10
That's a clear
minutes.
indication of intent in this particular one.
Like I did say, they could go on to put as many as 5 or 6 past them, and they'll vent their frustration on the Saudi Arabians, what they were unable to do to the Cabo Verdeans. They would come here and want to show that to the Saudi Arabians, who also had an impressive showing versus Uruguay in that first game. But I mean, Spain is a whole different level, especially when they are really strutting and showing their stuff as early as right now, and they just look to be on top in everything. They're winning every ball. They're playing everywhere. They're all over the pitch right now, and Lamine sweeps that one. The intent was clear, by enemies reads it, but they come right at you right again. So Saz, I think it's going to be a very, very interesting one. If it isn't interesting to you already, I think one thing is sure, it's going to be.
Marc Cucurella returns it, and it's goal number 3. It's 3. Wow. Mikel Oyazabal. Mikel Oyazabal.
I said he was going to be.
It didn't come from Alejandro Baena right there, looking for.
Cucurella first.
Baena looked for. I think that should be Pedri. Pedri released it to Cucurella. Cucurella.
Pedro Porro. Yes.
Pedro Porro.
Porro started this game.
Then released it to Cucurella, who dropped it for Danny Olmo. Flicked it on, and
what a team move!
Mikel Oyazabal.
What a team move! Also, as I was saying, it's an average of 1 goal every 10 minutes. Sorry, pardon me. It's now an average of 1 goal in every 7 minutes. And if they keep this, he's on side.
I hope the Saudis will not go home with bag of goals from this particular encounter. But it's a beauty to see Spain return to the sport where we actually want them to be.
And this is more like it. This is what we know them to do. And I think I pointed out after that goalless draw. I said they were still unable to create clear cuts. They had chances, they had shots, fine and good. Almost 30 shots, about 11 on target, almost a dozen of them. But they were not able to create clear cut chances right there, which is something they've done just in the space of 24 minutes. Leave the goals. There's still been chances created all over the pitch, and they are still looking to create even more and cause even more headache.
Don't you think that this is also a Spanish gun that could be shooting them in their foot right now? Because it's quite clear that the involvement of Lamine Yamal in this particular encounter has turned things around. This is not the Spanish team that came up against Capo Verde. And don't you think that opponents will now target Lamine Yamal? Remember target him, send him out, and get Spain to be ordinary as they were against Capo Verde?
Yeah, it could. I mean, it's very, very dirty tactics, but at the same time, we have seen them being implied before, where players are being targeted, particularly those players, like you did point out, Lamine Yamal, someone who can change the game and who has the ability to turn a game on its head completely in favor of his team, whatever side he's on. So he has been seen before. I remember the likes of Eden Hazard. The likes of Eden Hazard in that 2018 World Cup. He was a wanted man on the pitch. He was a wanted man on the pitch, and it just seemed like everybody was out to bring him down. Everybody was out. He was still having one or two reoccurring issues, injury issues, right ahead of that move to Real Madrid. And that World Cup, he was just a player that was being hunted down by every opposition. So it's in times like this where we call for protection. If you see a foul on Lamine and a warning goes the first time, and a foul is done again and it's clear and obvious intent, a card has to come out so that they know that yes, there are limitations or restrictions when it has to do with certain players, or particularly when the intent is very clear in the tackles, in the challenges and all of that. And it could just be a way of saying, okay, no problem, you've beaten us, fine and good, but we want to send him out of the game. So these tactics have been deployed. We've seen them deployed numerous times. It's down to a referee's control and ability to have a good grip on the game and to make sure that those tackles do not go unpunished.
All right. Talking about referees' control, before we get back to talk about the President's Federation's Cup, have you taken note about some of the new rules that were set by FIFA and if they've been implemented? Because I think in the game between, was that Mexico and
Mexico's second game. That was the South Koreans.
Was that the South Korean? Yeah, Miguel Almiron. Was that?
That was Paraguay, Turkey.
Yes, Miguel Almiron was given a red card for speaking with his hands over his mouth.
I enjoyed that. Rule.
I don't know if we've seen an exchange of throw-ins or corner kicks as a result of that 5 seconds delay.
Yes, we have. We have definitely.
So the referees are ticking all the boxes.
Perfectly. I mean, I watched different games. There was one where the Australians were trying to delay restart, and the referee did not even count. Usually they have their fingers up showing the 5 second countdown. He didn't count. He must have done the mental countdown in his head.
And
all he did was pointed at the corner spot, and they were like, "Hey, what's going on?" But it is the rules.
Behave yourself.
I like it.
Behave yourself.
Also, I was fully behind Arsene Wenger when he brought in the idea of posting the time.
Okay.
They would have turned into an NBA spectacle, but I don't mind. The statistics for last season Premier League showed that only the highest game in which the ball was in play throughout 90 minutes was 55 minutes only.
Ooh.
A whooping 35 minutes are spent, and that is the highest. Also, as the highest, which means we have
been having 45 minutes.
The lowest one there was 27.
Ooh.
The ball was in play for 27 minutes.
We played the whole game.
A game versus, I think it was Everton, and obviously it has to be Everton.
We played the whole game for part of the first half.
Exactly. So it's very poor. The ball is in play for only 27 minutes. 73 minutes.
It's still happening right there in that game between Spain and Saudi Arabia. Yellow card has been brandished by the center referee on an infringement or a foul by Salem on Pedro Porro.
Yeah, Salem Al-Dasri. It looks like he left his studs up, although I have to look at that one clearly. No, that's a bad one. That's a really bad one. And Porro is writing in pain right there on the floor. He stamps on it, and he
Did
just
he
about
really
misses
stamp? Did he really stamp on him?
Yeah. It's that one where you stamp and you sort of remove the impact. But I think we will get to talk more on this when we get return from paying some bills right there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, stick around as today's Sports Life will go on hold as we go out to pay some bills. And when we return, we'll keep talking. Remember, the President's Federation's Cup is on the menu, and we'll definitely look at the Super Eagles of Nigeria before we take a peek at everything happening regarding the African teams right there at the 2026 World Cup. Don't go nowhere. It is still the marathon edition of today's Sports Live.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show as it is still the marathon edition of today's Sports Live right here on your premium news, talk and sports radio station. We are the voice of the people. Assassin holding down things here, and I've got Alex Kabari together, and we move on. Before we went on that commercial break, we were about looking into the President's Federation's Cup as El Kanemi Warriors have reached the President's Federation's Cup final for the fifth time in the club's history. They have won the competition in 3 of their previous 4 final appearances. Standing in their way is Ikorodu City, who are making their maiden appearance to the final. It's going to be on the 11th of July. It was supposed to be on the 27th of June, but it was moved to the 11th of July. So the Stephen Keshi Stadium right there in Asaba Delta State will host the 2026 President's Federation's Cup. So it's going to be another silverware on the line, as well as the coveted place in the continental stage for a CAF Confederations Cup ticket. Yes, that one would be between El Kanemi Warriors and Ikorodu City. I don't want to ask Alex who he wants to win this one, but I think we'll just keep it right in our chest and hope to see what happens at the end of the day. For the ladies, their 2026 Women's President's Federation's Cup has reached the semi-final. So we'll have FC Robo Queens up against, we'll have FC Robo Queens, Heartland Queens, Sunshine Queens, and Nasarawa Amazons. They are the last 4 that will go head-to-head to see who gets to win the President's Federation's Cup for the women. So the 24th of June will definitely be the time where the semi-final pairing would be settled, and we'll know who goes on to the final of that particular one. Still talking about Nigerian club side football for the CAF competitions, the Confederation of African Football has set July 25th, 2026 as the deadline for the member associations to submit the club's list for participating in the 2026-2027 CAF Champions League, as well as the CAF Confederations Cup. And it has now put pressure on the likes of Enugu Rangers, the likes of Rivers United, who finished first and second in the MPFL. Do not also forget that Shooting Stars are also in that one. They finished third, and courtesy of that, they get a ticket to the CAF Confederations Cup for next season. The final ticket would come between El Kanemi Warriors and Ikorodu City, and could be a huge one also. All of these the delays. July 25th is not far away. It's just a couple of days away from now. And you have the Rush the Basel as well as the Fire Brigade approach being exercised by some of Nigeria's club sides that will be representing Nigeria at the CAF competitions. And we just hope that we don't have to go back to where we started from. Yes, that's the prayer. We hope that the MPFL board, the NFF, will do everything possible to ensure that we don't have to wash our dirty linen in public. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead. And this time, the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Super.
All right, the attention of every football lover right now is at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And the truth is that Super Eagles of Nigeria are not there. They failed to qualify for this year's World Cup and out. Now, look at the preparations for the Super Falcons and look at the preparations for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. It's looking alike. And when the preparations look alike, do you think that the results will be different? The results could look alike. Yeah, a lot of persons will say this is the Super Falcons. If they can close their eyes and beat anybody in Africa, any female team in Africa. But understand something. Football, female football in Africa has changed. In the late 90s, 1999, the era of the likes of Mercy Akide, we saw Perpetual Nkwocha at some point. Those eras, you had just little competition or challenges coming from Africa. The best you could say is the Black Queens of Ghana. At some point, we saw the Equatorial Guinean side. At some point, we saw the Banyana of South Africa. But these days, even Botswana wants to stand in the way against the Super Falcons. I remember in the last WAFCON, we had it tough against that Botswanan side. Yes, it was tough. And you could look at it and say, African female football is growing. And with that, is the Super Falcons guaranteed of getting into the semi-final at least to clinch an automatic qualification for the women's or FIFA Women's World Cup? And if that doesn't happen, that's going to be in 2027, the FIFA Women's World Cup. If that doesn't happen, I think it's going to be double shame for the Nigerian Football Federation. In fact, they might not be seated in that glass house because they will come and pull them out of the glass house. Imagine the Super Eagles of Nigeria not in the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the Super Falcons of Nigeria also not in the 2027 Women's FIFA World Cup. Alex?
I think also another factor to it is that it's also going to be the first time in the history of the tournament that the Super Falcons will not
qualify,
be making the semi-final rounds of the WAFCON, because they have done at least in every edition that they have played in. I mean, last time was Mission X. It was accomplished. 10-time winners. As first of all, the storyline would be it's a huge shame or a big disgrace that they are not even a 10-time winner of a certain tournament is not going to
into the
semi-final. Having said that, we also have to sit here and be very honest with ourselves when we say it's not like the chances of the Super Falcons have massively decreased.
All right,
but the chances of other opponents have
massively increased
because the amount that has been pumped into football.
There's a Morocco that
is a solid side. South Africa, the Bayanas too.
A solid side.
A solid side.
And, the Algerians are a solid side. They're coming
really
up.
Solid side. There's an African side from the west that is still really solid.
You've got Ghana, you've got Senegal, you've got Mali. Yes, you've got Senegal, you've got Mali.
I mean, I saw a lot of them play and I've been really impressed with them, and I know that on a level playing ground, when he has to do with 90 minutes, they might give the Super Falcons some issues. They
All
might
right.
give them problems or things to think about. I mean, even the Tunisians are there too.
Yeah.
The ladies, they are also really, really strong competitors. So when you look at it from that angle, Osas, it's fair to say their chances have increased.
Okay.
But in that same space, the chances of the Super Falcons being defending champions, being the record holders that they are, also have not massively decreased.
Right.
They are still that same group that can go forward and produce that quality. And also, I really, really understand your fears when it has to do with qualification being based off another tournament.
We cried for friendly games. None did come through. Now, of recent, the last one was they just played friendly was against Senegal. Back to back. That's called
games.
a double-legged friendly.
Which
the
they
Super
won
Falcons won
both.
on both legs. Yeah, but is that the quality we should be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, you'd want to test their readiness even further by hosting other games and by sort of getting them ready with even stronger ones. It's kind of what happened on the women's side of things. Oh, what a stunning move. Wow.
Oyazabal is on fire.
Hunting his hat trick right there, and he'll definitely have more minutes to get that. But what he passed by Pedri, that's just a very, very cute, cheeky back heel by Pedri to see the Spaniard go through on goal. But yes, I was referring to the women basketball, that's FIBA side of things, where we had that shocker. They've all but qualified. No, they had already qualified to the FIBA World Cup taking place later this year, and they just needed to use that one as some sort of preparations and it was an eye opener. It sort of tested their readiness.
We were beaten by teams that are below them on the ranking. Yeah, they are ranked 8. We were beaten by, I think, South Korea.
Yes, it was South Korea. South Korea who were ranked 15th at that time, if I'm not wrong.
15th or 16th, yeah.
So the placements were, it was, the gap valuation was wide. And to come to that tournament and lose that way, it's an eye-opener. It's a very, very early eye-opener. You could see that in football. You could see that even at the last World Cup, the eventual champions had to lose first of all.
Okay.
You need things to test your readiness.
Okay.
And we don't know how ready or prepared these girls are. So it's a good test for them if they are able to compete in more friendlies. Test their readiness. I would like to see them host friendlies versus European giants.
Yeah.
Play someone that you know that, okay,
the Spanish national team
evaluate our chances.
The English national team, the French national team,
the United States,
the
too,
Dutch
Japanese,
national team.
They are all there. So hold your ground. You're about to go to a World Cup if you do make it through, and just see how you can test your readiness versus teams who are already on that scene and who are sure to make an impression when it matters.
All right, Alex, let's still talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Despite missing out on the World Cup, Nigeria has extended their lead over rival Ghana as well as South Africa in the latest FIFA World Ranking. The Super Eagles climbed to 24th. Remember that they were 26th before. They still remain third in Africa, while Bafana dropped to 61st, moving away from 10th to 11th. Yeah, I know that after the World Cup, a lot would also change when it has to do with the FIFA ranking. For the Black Stars of Ghana, they rose to 65th, now 14th in Africa. And it's a huge one there for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So, well said, it would also change after the FIFA World Cup. Still looking at the Super Eagles of Nigeria, according to reports coming from Turkey, Galatasaray's latest plan is to hand Victor Osimhen the club's captaincy ahead of the 2026-2027 season. Yeah, so we might be seeing Victor Osimhen as the new captain of Galatasaray. All of this is to ensure that he stays comfortable in Istanbul and maybe remains back there in Gala. But before you come in, let me just, I want to bring a twist to this right now. This move would place Victor Osimhen at the center of the club's sporting project as they prepare for another league as well as the UEFA Champions League campaign. And talking about Victor Osimhen and captaincy, hey, Nigeria's legend, call him Mutu Adekpoju. He says Victor Osimhen lacks the qualities required to captain the Super Eagles of Nigeria. According to him, let me quote him now. He said, leadership requires more than talent. A captain must possess playing quality, leadership ability, emotional control, and the capacity to represent and unite the team, both on and off the pitch. Anyone who cannot tolerate others or control their behavior cannot effectively lead. Hey, this is a mirror. over there in Turkey, they have seen Victor Osimhen fit to be the captain of a huge side like Galatasaray. Over here in Nigeria, an ex-Super Eagles player, Mutu Adepoju, says Victor Osimhen is not fit to be the captain of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Alex, where are you right now before we go to the phone line?
Also, that's very, very interesting one right there. I would like to start off by saying for the national side, Osas, I don't think that is true in any sense of the word. We've just had our last captain, Troost Ekong, who has retired from the national side of things, and we've had Ndidi take over. Osas, Ndidi is 34, if I'm not mistaken. He's 34, and we know very well. Sure? That he's playing this. Is he older than 34?
I don't think he's up to.
Oh, you don't think he's up to?
I don't think he's up to. Wilfred Ndidi is 29 years of age. Please, don't increase. Don't increase our captain's age.
He's our skippo.
He's our skippo. He's a young skippo. Please.
He's a young skippo. Yes. I think based of the number of movements he has had over the last couple of years, it could be implied or intoned that yes. But the skippo. I was just going to point out that if he was not the captain, who would you rather have as the captain? Look amongst that Super Eagles squad. Who would you rather have as the captain of that Super Eagles team? I would point instantly in a heartbeat to Victor Osimhen.
So you feel he's
I'm
fit?
Just saying, he's more than fit. He's capable. He's one of those players who shows heart and who shows the willingness, the readiness to run and to keep helping the team. And I think it's rightly so for Galatasaray to put him there to be able to don on those armbands when he has to do with the Champions League nights and the nights over there at Galatasaray.
All right. It's time for us to get to the phone line to take your reactions on some of the topics that we have discussed right here in the studio. Alex feels Mutu Adepoju might be wrong at this point, and he tilts towards Galatasaray, hoping and willing to make Victor Osimhen the captain of the side, and most likely that could also be a searchlight on his national team position, being the captain of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That is most likely after maybe Wilfred Ndidi would have retired from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So for now, we throw open the phone line to take your reactions. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. You could also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. For the phone line, it is 0810-951-0951. Yeah, we've got this message coming in from WhatsApp, from the WhatsApp platform, and it reads, greetings guys, please, is the WAFCON on right now? Why the scare of Super Eagles not qualifying for the World Cup 2? Personally, I fear if Super Eagles... Why the scare of the Super Falcons not qualifying for the World Cup 2? Personally, I fear if Super Eagles had qualified for this World Cup, they wouldn't have gone beyond the round of 16. This World Cup will see a new winner. Son of Devil, right there. Thank you so much for your message right there. You asked if the WAFCON is on right now. No, the WAFCON starts July 25th, 2026. So that's next month. And you said, why the scare? Yeah, the scare could be there because the Super Falcons of Nigeria are ill prepared. No friendly games, while we had other African teams even going outside the continent of Africa to play friendly games. I remember Ghana went as far as playing the Brazilian national team. We had, was that Ghana? No, Ghana went to the Middle East. Who went? I think that was South Africa going all the way to play the Brazilian national team. And that's that. So for the Super Falcons, ill prepared, and it could also reflect on how they perform at the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. So 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio to air your thoughts on all that we have been discussing. Before we look at the FIFA World Cup, we'll take this call. Hello. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Yes, welcome. Kablo Barry, welcome to the show.
Yes, about Nigeria football. Just like I said yesterday, sometimes me are tired to talk about this Nigeria football.
All right.
Because our management and just they use us like waiting and go talk. We say then go just they make we just they talk. When we talk finish, we go tire. Now the waiting then they do us. Super Falcons, they no get any better preparation. Then see they carry eyes of those days. Then now we be Nigeria, no worry. We go qualify now, we go qualify. Now so they see do for the men, we go qualify. We be Super Eagles, we be Giants of Africa. We no go anywhere. So they don't see carry this pattern now, come where the women they say. These our men where they control our football for this country. I don't beg them. So make them find we carry their policies come up for our football. Because now only everything they give Nigeria joy. And the only this football. Nothing they give us joy for this country. So I don't know why they just bend to frustrate us. We will be football lovers for this our country. We say every time then when they do something where you know like see this World Cup where they play. Waiting at some countries they play. Me I not say Nigeria for go far for this particular World Cup because I don't watch plenty of the match. Both from the first round and the second round, I don't watch plenty. And I don't see some things where Nigeria for win. We they say them for go well. But waiting not because of people where they run our football. Then just they use us they CAF don't release their own this thing, their own
deadline.
CAF Confederation Cup deadline. But we for Nigeria we never even know when our league will start. We then see they talk about management, people will go run next year and people will not go run next year. So now like this way things they happen for country where people will know what they do. England don't already bring out their own. I believe they even South Africa said they don't even already arrange their own. What things they do for this Nigeria? We say every time they go they make us the talk. We go they burn our credit because we don't know anything where we feel do again. Because person like me, I don't know where I want if I don't talk to my people. I don't know. I know if they do so. I just beg them as I did something like this now on top of my knee. Now they beg people where they run our football because I don't want to see here again next season. Say Nigeria no go this World Cup. Say next year the women them no go go.
All right.
Me I go find we do protest make Egusa and all of them waiting for that grass that you know throw stone on top of that grass that see them say they know throw stone on top of grass that. Be like say when we throw stone on top of that grass that I then go know say you get waiting on the pass the gap for this country.
All right.
For Rivers United, make them the try.
Mm.
But I know say nowhere where they go still go next season because you get one man where they here and that man a bad luck to Rivers United. That man is okay Paloku. Now it's the bad luck where we get because that man knows anything concerning football. For over how many years you not say for Rivers United management. We know if we do anything. We qualify for Champions League last season. One point, right. Then we get. He see they there.
Okay.
No catch him for him to resign.
Okay.
For this season, he don't there. This season, he don't come. Last season, he pursue how many players. This season, he don't come again. He don't pursue how many. As a manager for a team, you don't know, say, you know, if they pursue players like that, so you go they kill the team. But they leave them there because of waiting, brother go call governor will tell them this one. So I no blame him, but waiting, I know, say, it's okay, Palo could get there. Anything concerning Rivers United.
All right.
May they just leave them because you know we'll go anywhere.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Kabilo Barry, you can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. Let me quickly update us with the transfers surrounding Nigerian players before we talk about the FIFA 2026 World Cup, and we call it a wrap on the show this beautiful evening. For Bologna, they joined the race for Super Eagles midfielder Ebenezer Akinsumiru. Pisa activated his 7.5 million euros option, but Inter still holds on for an 8.5 million euros buyback clause. And we're looking at the 21-year-old. Where should he be playing his game next season? Is it going to be Bologna, Inter, or he should just stay put at Pisa? For Tolu Arokodare, he had Besiktas on his heels. But that move might not be as Besiktas are prioritizing Dusan Vlahovic on the new manager Vincenzo Italiano. And we have Ryan Alebosu. He's set to leave Blackburn Rovers. Yes, the 25-year-old Super Eagles defender is attracting strong interest from Rangers, being the team coming for him as he's the favorite to replace Tavernier right there at Rangers. For Alaina, there is talks of Olaina being a perfect replacement for Trent Alexander-Arnold right there at Liverpool. That's going to be a talk for another day, but it's a huge one that could be considered. And for Crisantos Uche, he returns to Getafe from Crystal Palace after a loan spell, and at this point, Getafe have eased the financial pressure, and he plans to remain there in the La Liga and hope to build for himself. That's the 23-year-old Crisantos Uche. Let's quickly talk about the FIFA World Cup. Tunisia and Turkey. Tunisia have been eliminated. That's where our focus is. It's an African side. But hey, let me shock you. Tunisia finished the qualifiers, the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, unbeaten. Yes. 0 goals conceded. They played 10 matches. They won 9. They drew 1. They scored 22 goals. They conceded none. But they went to the World Cup and they collected 9. I don't know how to explain this one quickly, Alex.
So that is just the story of their World Cup. Well, it was poor, and I don't think there was anything Hervé Renard could have done to salvage that situation, having been brought in just to change things up. But it's back home to them, and a lot to do to go back to their drawing board and try to fix.
Then quickly, before we go, for Senegal, there seems to be trouble in the camp for Senegal, as players' bonuses have not been paid, hotels not up to standard, team's chef didn't travel with the team, players are ordering food from outside due to poor catering, and their coach, Papi Chow, remember that there was an issue before that travel. He has not been given a contract. He's still working without a contract. And this is a team where we have our hopes. Apart from Morocco, Senegal is the next. And this is what Africa wants to do.
It just sounds like the NFF right there when you have to look at that federation. Off-field issues could contribute to how much success the team gains on the field, of course. But it is very, very essential that they fix those issues before they get to play Norway, because Norway are not a team that are joking. A loss there means they are heading back home even before they get to play their third and final game.
All right, quickly before we leave, Alex, let me get your thoughts on this one. We have played up to this point today. Spain is right here on our screens. Halftime it is. From now on, we are sure that Tunisia are coming home right now. Who joins them between now and the end of the third round of games in the group stages?
I'm trying to rack my head really quickly. I think Ghana stays. I think Congo had an impressive showing.
Okay,
they
Congo
could
stays.
Punch their weight. Morocco obviously would stay. I think Senegal might come back home. I really do think. I don't see them beating Norway.
South Africa, please, before we go.
No, South Africa are going to be playing.
No, give us a straight answer. I don't want you to.
No,
South Africa.
It's based off who they are playing.
South Africa will come back home. Forget about it. They are playing South Korea. They will come back home. Anyhow you want to do, they will come back home. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the much we can take on the show this beautiful evening. Thank you so much for being there. Thank you for listening, and also thank you for being a faithful follower of today's Sports Live. Thank you to Alex for doing this with me, as well as Benjamin Mina. Do remember, we'll be back here tomorrow morning 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack as we start the week with sports, and 3 to 4 p.m. tomorrow also for today's Sports Live. Until then, my name still remains Osasin Hewitt, and I'm saying at this point, stay lifted, stay blessed, don't touch it, leave it on Today 95.1 FM. Queen Shima is right here to take you